with perhaps the emerging markets. So Elham, let's start the conversation there, because in my lifetime, central banks, regulators, and governments have bailed us out time and time again to save the system, to save society. Right now, do you think this is good capitalism at work or capitalism with folly at play?
Okay, let me take the question in a different way. If there's a crisis in a country, in the banking sector, banks are going to have a major issue, failures, non-capability to stand up. If the government doesn't step in to support the banking sector, we'll have a big turmoil in the financial sector, in the capital requirements and adequacy of these banks, in the lending, and depositors will run to withdraw their money. So unfortunately, whether we like it or not, the government, in certain occasions, they have to step in, whether by decision-making or by interfering, by injecting capital, or supporting and obliging banks to merge. And that I have seen in my career in the last how many years? I don't want to say them so you know my age. So you will see how it is critical that the government has to step in. And the example you said about Credit Suisse, if the situation was not quickly managed, there will be more spillovers, more problems, and I think worldwide, after Silicon Valley, First Republic, everybody will be panicking, and simple people will just go for the deposits to take it and keep it at home, because he doesn't understand what's happening around him. And these are the majority of our people in the world.
Michael, so you stepped into Mastercard, almost a Freudian slip there, at a tough time in COVID. But right, as we start this conversation between the three of you, your first take on that moment of existential angst, that week, that period of time, just reflect for a moment to the audience of how you saw the solution and whether it was a good solution and what you thought during that period of time.
Right, so stepping into this role in February 2020, essentially, when everything just kind of went downhill, right into COVID. What a start. I think to your point about state capitalism, I think it's fair to say governments around the world did step in, and that was good. Building on Elham's point, that was needed, helping the public health system and so forth. But it's also true, we would have not gone through this crisis without the private sector. I think we should talk about that side of the coin as well, but the private sector did step in. Just think about one aspect through the lens of a company like Mastercard. We operate the digital economy. The digital economy kept us going while we were all locked in at home. That is resilience. That is an aspect that helped. But I think there are learnings over the last 3 years on how resilient we need to be for the next unexpected thing that will happen. Learnings are by sector, by country. Clearly not every country has been hit the same way, so there's an opportunity for international coordination on policy and how different countries deal with these crises. More alignment will be a good thing. On a sectoral basis, I think what is in most economies the backbone of the economy, it's small business. Medium-sized and small businesses, they have been hit the hardest by this crisis. And we just have to do a better job for small business going forward, because the unexpected next thing will happen for sure. I think there's another aspect on resilience around all of this and that is all the people that have turned on a dime and reacted to COVID, to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, to stresses on the banking system and so forth. There's a leadership and a cultural element in most private sector companies as well as in the government. How are you agile enough? In all of that, there's the common thread of mental well-being. People worry through these times. So if you want people to be agile, you got to create an environment of physical and mental safety and focusing on well-being. That's something that I think we have overlooked. If we get that right, we fix a few of the sectors, we drive international coordination in a better way. I think when the next thing happens, hopefully it's not too soon, we should be in a better place. But there were great stories of resilience over the last 3 years for sure.
I mean, what we've seen here is government, regulators, and central banks all at play in different moments, by the way, not just through Credit Suisse, but I think in COVID it was even more apparent in terms of governments and global response. Yahya, you came up with a wonderful phrase. There was government money, God's money. and then there's, gold and silver. But, we're trying to understand moments of existential angst and whether governments are doing the right thing with central banks and saving institutions. What's your first take on what we've seen recently?
Yes, thank you. If you look on the global capitalization, the main topics you are thinking is good or not, right? It's like a knife with two edges. That the one who affected, we can name it like J.P. Morgan. They took over Mutual, Washington Mutual, right? And Berenson, and then UBS have taken over Credit Suisse. Seems it's not fair for that institution, especially like JP Morgan. After they took over, and then some penalties on X companies they took over, they got the penalty. They have to bear the risk. But on the other side, how many people was saved their fund because that creation of the central bank? So means that it is really what we call it government money. Government money, I means that the one who have the rule and control on the currencies and all the monetary policies. Because in the world, you have three types of money, right? One is the basic one, is gold, silver, that call God's money.
Okay.
And then the secondly is the government money, and third things that started with the cryptos. Crypto actually is the effort of people who think that government is not fair because they can control the trade business by weakening or strengthening the value of their currency. Some government did it. That's why they created cryptocurrency. They say this is people money. Nobody will control this unless on their blockchain's environment, right? But it's proven that in the beginning, like Bitcoin, it's go up very fast, but suddenly it's dropped up again and dropped. So means that even they call people's money, they even cannot control. And the impact can be damaging peoples also who believe on their stories. That is my thinking about this.
But you live in Asia. You grew up there. Your career is there. So you've seen a very different form of free market development. So do you agree or disagree that the West is drifting to a form of state capitalism? Or do you think that's a folly?
I think for the better shape for a lot of people, I think they have to do that kind of things. As far as that are controllable and really for the sake of helping a lot of people, because you have two steps of what they call it policies, right? Whether you want to do strict, as Elam mentioned before, you have to do in 1 or 2 days, make the decision. You don't have time if you really let the market back to normal.
So let's just then extrapolate forward, because we're on this panel to talk about the state of capitalism and where we are, which is actually, when I read the title, I thought this is very existential for me to deal with. I deal with markets on a daily basis. How do I approach this? And I thought about it through the remuneration lens. Banks have been taken over. JP Morgan has taken out SVB. You have Noel Quinn bought the SVB assets in the United Kingdom, which takes us back then to what drives deals, what drives banks, what drives the motivation here. And ultimately, it is about remuneration and bonuses. Now, if the government or the central bank backstops, as they have done, the FDIC is insuring deposits, and there's been deals done to help with bad losses, etc. What does that mean for bonus and remuneration culture, which is in a free market, but it's a bank which is backstopped by the state? What do you think that means for bonus and culture, Elham?
We always say it's good that you have a short memory, especially when we lose people very close to us, and we can survive. But when I look at history, and I saw 2009, and before that we lived the Far East, a little bit of Latin America, and regional issues. Bankers over the time, probably they retire, others come, new generation, new thinking. They didn't live these kind of situations. But they tend to forget from the old history and the lessons. And what happens when you read, in the newspapers or the social media, everybody is just, looking at It has to be a big package. It has to be the bonus. It has to be how multiples of his salary, how much he can guarantee when he's retiring. It's not publicly said as such, but between the lines you see it. And then at the end of the day, those people who are responsible in many occasions for certain decisions on the top level, whether they are partially shareholders or board of directors or the CEO or the top executives, most of them, they will leave. 5 years after that or 4 years, because of their decisions, things change. I agree there will be change in the fundamentals of the economic situation. And the world is moving and it's dynamic. But still, the strict regulations to penalize people on the top level is not there. They say the person retired, we ask them to leave. That's not enough. Okay, in the GCC, we don't have taxes as such. But when you look at countries in the US, Canada, Europe, the taxpayers, and we're talking about poverty, reducing the parity among people, these are the ones who are paying the real price, the middle class, whom we are trying to support when we come and sit on the bench and we say, SME, please give them a chance. Those are the people who pay from their own difficult time and difficult money to get things to go ahead. I think rules and regulations should be stricter, especially when it comes to CEOs like myself and people on the top level who make the decision making. Then people will wake up a little bit. It's not the matter of growing your balance sheet or growing in terms of banking, I'm talking, which is the industry I know well in a way. Just growing the books doesn't make you a good bank. We have learned that and we saw the lessons. The non-performing loans, the quality of your portfolio, on what basis you approve these loans, the basics of credit. Sometimes we tend to forget it. And then we say the risk people are a problem. The risk people are not a problem. They are the ones trying to tell me like your mother and father, be careful, but we hate them.
Well, the risk people were supposed to be in charge in certain institutions to save us. Michael, you're nodding there with Elham in terms of remuneration and the bonus culture. But this is what capitalism, I mean, I grew up in banking. I grew up as a banker, a broker, and a terrible commodity trader, I have got to add.
I doubt it.
But money motivated me.
Okay.
That's maybe a shameful thing. I don't know. Maybe that's not a shameful thing to say. I was motivated by money, I was motivated by bonus, and I was motivated by a world in which you were driven to deliver more. Does the culture need to change? I don't think the world has changed that much since I was any of those things.
No.
Right, so I think this idea of paying for performance, that's essentially what you experienced at the time, and that holds true. It holds true today. I think one just needs to be a little more nuanced around what performance means. It's not performance for tomorrow. It's performance over the long run. It's commercial sustainability, and it's alignment with shareholder interests. Now, from a public policy, public company perspective, for a U.S.-listed public company, very clearly the say on pay has, really moved into focus. There's scrutiny on these kind of alignments. Every year in proxy season, this is analyzed left, right, and center, and I think the cultures are going in the right direction to see, is there true long-term alignment of the payouts, and not just what is allocated, but the payouts with what the shareholders are receiving, and how is this generally driving value for the company beyond its own business. The focus on how are you accounting for ESG goals and various other things are coming together, I think, to an evolved version of what you have lived in and what I have lived in when I started.
I shouldn't have admitted it, should I? I really shouldn't have admitted it on stage. But
I think we've come a long way. But is there always more to do? Absolutely. I mean, in Mastercard, what we're trying to do is, it's not just a compensation. It goes a bit further. Remuneration as a philosophy, its benefits is, aspects of balancing it over time. It is your pension plan, it's various other things. In the end, we have to be competitive from a talent perspective. We want to have the best people. Our compensation policies, remuneration policies, geared to the best people want to be at Mastercard. So all of those elements, and I think the learnings that we've had over the year, most recently clawback policies came into focus of the SEC and so forth. It continues to evolve, and I think in the right direction.
Maybe that evolves into a better form of capitalism, and that's what I want to benchmark. But hold that thought, because I want to bring Yahya into it. When we were on the phone, Yahya said, man, banks just need to be not too greedy. But tell me this and tell the audience, I mean, motivating your staff at, how many current accounts did you say to me you had? 335
35 million.
Sorry, I was going for thousands. 335 million bank accounts. How do you motivate? I mean, money must be an incredibly important part, base and bonus to motivate people to activate those accounts. How do you manage that in today's market, in today's world?
Yeah, for sure that bonus is very important, but we do have like clawback that if things happen, it's able to get back the money that they receive. Right? That's one thing. Second thing is that we give shares to staffs and employees, includes a board of directors, and then they should lock up for certain periods. In our bank, we lock up for 3 years. And once the board of directors selling the shares, they should announce to the public, right? That is some restriction for the bonus. But internally, we try to create it teamwork, right? It seems a little bit different because I believe many banks believe on KPI and KPI related to direct bonus to this division or the brand or these regions. In my bank, we try to manage it to cooperation and teamwork from the business unit and the supporting units. Because in my experience, without supporting units, supporting the business unit, you cannot do anything. That's why we really try to make a strong teamwork by having related fair distribution on the bonuses, not too wide, low and high.
But Michael, this has been in part and part of your raison d'etre. There's been a big overhaul of remuneration within Mastercard. How much of that is your vision, and how much of it perhaps is carried forward from your predecessor? What is your vision for remuneration? Do you believe in a fair, more equitable process of remuneration? What is the overhaul that you've done, and what would you say the outcome has been?
Yeah, so continuous journey, no revolution on compensation, because the company always had to operate as a first-class company when it comes to compensation. We always competed for the best people. But I tell you one thing that we have very specifically decided to do is on our ESG commitments as a company, which are very specific. We say we're going to drive 1 billion people into the financial system through financial inclusion. We're going to be carbon neutral and net zero by 2040 and so forth. We have said, okay, we need to make sure that everybody who works in Mastercard feels connected to these commitments and sees the expectation that they make a difference on that. So what we have done is we've taken the goals, numeric goals, and we hard-coded them into our compensation. As a payment technology company, we're the first ones to do that. So basically, as your bonus is calculated, have we made progress vis-a-vis those goals? And it will automatically look good for you or less good. So that is a real step forward where I think you can take very specific aspects of what you're trying to do as a company and accentuate them in compensation. That is a step forward that we haven't done in the past, and it's been discussed in the broader discourse. Is that a good thing to do? We believe it is, and I think others will come on board.
Leaders lead from the top in terms of remuneration, Elham. So what's your message, short and brief, because I want to move on to the macro conversation in just a moment about remuneration within your organization.
KPIs are a main indicator, as Yahya just mentioned, because it makes you able to judge how was the performance of every staff, whether on the business area or the support area. And that's okay. But my message was on the top level. When I see it in the banking industry in general, there must be other ways that we look at those levels, because they are really responsible for many of the crises that happens, and then they are not blamed at all.
So it would be remiss if I have the Asian economy, the GCC economy, and the man whose cards you all use electronically and physically, not to get a benchmark for the global economy. Michael, to you first of all, lots of people are debating. I've just had a conversation with Sébastien Bazin. He can't charge enough to get us into luxury hotels. Is there any cracks in the spending patterns? Are you seeing any slowdown in any of your markets, or are you just on fire and having a cracking year?
Right. The consumer has been remarkably resilient. So we just talked through the last 3 years and everything that hit us. The consumer has made ends meet, and that plays out relatively similarly across each of the regions. So if we do a quick walk around the world, starting in the United States, solid performance throughout the last couple of years. More recently, some moderation, but still the consumer has remained resilient. You look into Europe, we were all very worried about Europe looking at the winter. The mild winter came about, and Europe continued to surprise. Quarter by quarter, the European consumer continues to spend. You come to the Middle East here, I mean, just walk outside, walk through Doha, and the question is answered. So that is looking pretty positive. So across the board, that is good. If you zoom out and say where there's still potential for even more post-pandemic recovery momentum, you see it in Asia. Because clearly, the borders opened later than in the rest of the world. Travel has kicked in later, but now you start to show up in the airport, you start to see a lot of people from Asia now traveling and venturing out. So that is looking good.
Is it outward transactions from Asia? How is China? Because I think everybody's fascinated to know this uneven, unequal recovery. Would you agree, unequal, uneven recovery? How would you describe China?
So China is on a recovery path. Uneven versus what? I'm not sure what you mean with that, but what I can tell you is, if you just look at our numbers, which are a pretty good indicator of what's going on in terms of travel, for example, we are on the outbound side where Chinese are traveling the world, you're at 65% pre-crisis. So that leaves a lot of potential upwards, but it's probably a bigger number than we would have expected. Inbound the other way, China has only recently changed its COVID rules and so forth. We had 45%. So that looks very different than most other countries where the numbers on cross-border travel are largely around pre-crisis levels already.
Yeah, great deal of stimulus still in the system. Some would say savings are high from the Asia perspective, from the 335 billion accounts that you have. A snapshot for the room, 35,000-foot view in terms of the economy momentum pre-COVID, where we are now. What's the risk here as we talk about capitalism? What's the risk in your economy?
Yeah, I think basically developing countries like Indonesia, we're able to manage the growth of economy better than in average of world average, right? The GDP growth, the inflation, we can control very well. We are blessed because Indonesia have the CPO market, and then also we have the mining like nickel and other things, right? So, so far we haven't seen any risk of the what's so-called a global capitalization, because the central bank and the banking supervisory body in Indonesia work together with the banking community. They try to keep on flushing the money. They are not tightening the money. They try to increase interest rate only 225 basis points, despite in US it's been 500 basis points.
Is that full marks then for Paraguay Jojo? What would you give him a rating as the central banker on the system?
Sorry.
How would you rate your central bank's performance in this current?
I think it's very great because they control monetary, the exchange rate. They can control strengthening rupiah against dollar, and inflation under control. So I think 8 points. I think
8 out of 10. And we were in the green room, and Elham said, man, I reflected back on a number of crises, and when women are in control, it is a different set of outcomes. So we'll leave the final word on this panel to the lady on the panel in terms of her view. GCC, it's lit up at home in the UAE, here in Qatar. I was here for the World Cup. Quick snapshot. How bullish are you? The closing lines, the lady on the panel.
Okay, I try to be optimistic, but still, there are things, and I have been seeing on the stage, inflation, Ukraine, the wars, opening up China, unemployment, it's everywhere. People graduating, they can't find suitable jobs, artificial intelligence, technology. So we have bad news and good news. But when you look at the good news, it's not as much as the bad news. But I look at GCC and I look at Kuwait, for example. Yep. Kuwait have a strong banking sector. So even with the crisis and the problems, because we have a strong also central bank. So they are always on the top of everything. And the GCC central banks, they always are in touch daily, weekly. They check on the things from different types of stuff. So they are, Silicon Valley happens, immediately you receive a call. What's happening with you? Any exposures? Let us know. So we are very much into dialogue. Implementation of IFRS 9 they do it to the extreme in addition to what is required. Capital adequacy drops to 16. We don't like it. So we have a very strong banking sector. And we're talking about the performance. There is a drop maybe expected for 23 in Kuwait in economy. Still, the first quarter, banks have done very well, and it's expected to be done. They are concentrating on the market they know. We have many banks, yes, 10 banks, 5 Islamic, 5 conventional, but they are more into the banking sector in Kuwait. A little bit regionally, but it's not except 2 or 3 banks. So that's the part which I see very positive. The new generation, many of them are smart. They have the potential, they have the intention, and they would like to grow, but they need the support in coaching, training, taking care of them because they cannot grow by themselves. And you have to tell them from the beginning, clarity. Let them be aware because they're just young. We thought or we think they know. So coaching is very, very important.
Well, we didn't solve global capitalism on the panel, but we've hopefully given you food for thought and a global snapshot. Elham, Michael, and Yahya, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Sébastien Bazin, Chairman and CEO of Accor Group, Tan Sri Tony Fernandez, CEO of Capital A, William Elwood Heineke, Founder and Chairman of Minor International, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Malika Kapoor.
Bill, Tony, Sebastian, great to see you. Welcome. And before we get started, I'd like to remind everyone in the audience to get your phones out. We will be polling you. We would also love you to send in your questions, and I'll try to get to as many of them as I can. So a year ago, we talked about travel and tourism at this forum. Sebastian and I had a great chat. Bill, I want to begin by asking you, when we spoke last year, the conversation revolved around recovery. After that, we've had some revenge travel. Are we in the rebound phase now, or how would you describe where we are at now?
I think we're definitely in a rebound, but I think more importantly, we haven't seen China come back yet. And
Yes.
we won't see that probably till the 3rd and 4th quarter of this year. And I think that's going to take any softening of revenge travel is going to be covered by the Chinese. In Thailand, for the 1st quarter, we were down 85% over 2019 for the Chinese travelers.
So we're really waiting for...
We're waiting for that 3rd and 4th quarter, and we expect it to get back close to the 2019 numbers.
Great. I want to spend some time talking about China in a minute, but before that, Tony, one question about your business before we get into the broader sector. Now, AirAsia really made a huge name for itself as a regional budget carrier. But in the last year, people have been confused. You've launched a super app which offers a range of services, hotels, ride-sharing. What is AirAsia today?
Well, actually, we renamed ourselves Capital A.
Yes.
Something called COVID kind of screwed up our plans. When I started the airline 21 years ago with 2 planes, and we grew to 250 planes, and then COVID came. And so we couldn't fly.
Yeah.
21,000 staff. So I kind of took a leaf out of the digital guys, reskilled a lot of our staff, built a super app, built a logistics business, went and started a bank using airline data, and that kind of kept us going till now, travel open. And Bill was my agony aunt. We both comforted each other, wrote thousands of letters to many governments to say, open up.
Right.
Bill would write it in 25 pages. I'd just say 3 words, please open. and so, yeah, so it turned out okay. We're going to come out stronger from it. But COVID, one of the benefits of COVID was it forces you to rethink.
Yeah.
And airlines have incredible data. And so we were able to diversify into now 4 different companies.
And Sebastian, when we talked last year on this stage, you talked about a new trend. You said...
That was a different hotel.
Different hotel, yes, but this
Welcome
forum...
to the most extraordinary hotel in the world.
Which you happen to own.
No, I'm happy not to own it.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be the curator. I'm only the manager here.
Well, when we talked at this forum last year, you talked about a new trend, and you said we're going to see travelers combine business trips with leisure. You called it bleisure. How has bleisure played out, and is it working for you?
Yeah, it's been working very well. The one thing which is interesting between the pre-COVID and the post-COVID is the change mix. For a long, long time, probably not for Bill, but for most of the big, large chain, we were kind of 2/3 business, 1/3 leisure. And now I can tell you that mix probably going to be reversing itself. We're already 55% leisure, 45% business. Leisure is far bigger than pre-COVID, far stronger, far better, far more rewarding in terms of authenticity, experience, and what comes along with this. And business is still not back to the level of 2019. It probably will likely going to be back, but I think now leisure is going to be there for a long, long time. The problem is you have so many people now working remotely. They leave on Wednesday night from their home, usually twice a month, and they go less than 3 hours away, by car, by train, by plane if they want to go, but it's mostly car and train, and they come back on Tuesday morning. So that means that on Thursday and Friday and Monday, they work remotely. So how do you assess how much of that is leisure, how much of that is business? We don't know anymore. But those customers are repeat customers. They go close to home, they go domestically, and that's a market we never had before. My Sunday night was the dead night for the last 40 years.
Yes.
Because I was waiting for the business traveler to come on Sunday night or Monday, and my leisure travelers were leaving on Sunday afternoon. So it's a total shift in terms of us responding to a new clientele, but it makes it fun.
Makes it fun, yeah.
Yeah.
Tony, let's talk about flight capacity. Now, during COVID, you had to ground your approximately 250-strong fleet. And now I know you're waiting to get some of them airworthy again before they can fly, and you're also leasing new planes. Is there enough demand to get all these planes back in the sky?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I suppose it's going to be an answer I say anyway, but Southeast Asia is probably the last of all the regions, along with China. We're probably about a year behind Europe and America, and even the Middle East and India. So we've now got about 170 of our planes back. We have about 40, 50 more to go. So by about August, we'll have them all back. And I think that's where most Southeast Asian airlines will have. But we're seeing the forward bookings, because we're selling for those flights already, are very, very strong. And, I echo what Sébastien said, leisure is very strong. And I think maybe there's an element, what we're seeing is people will spend first on travel before anything else, the discretionary spend. And the credit card companies are telling us that as well, that leisure has become, and travel has become, the number one kind of item to spend. And obviously, as a low-cost carrier, we're seeing a lot of short trips, and so we're a beneficiary. So we're now in a strange position where on 1 minute, we were fighting for survival, then restarting, 200 planes, which is a massive job. I kind of felt like I was playing snakes and ladders, You go up to square 97, and you have to go all the way down, and that snake pushes you to 3. But now we're desperate for capacity.
Yeah.
To bring more people to their hotels so that they can make more money.
We approve.
And charge us.
You approve, that's what you want.
Yes.
You need more flights, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. I also want to talk about the cost. I mean, these days you talk to anybody who's planning a trip, and everyone's complaining about the price of tickets and the price of hotels. There is a cost of living crisis in many parts of the world. Sébastien, let me come to you. Have you had to reprice room rates as a result of that?
We did, but there's a lot of things to be said here. Number one, and you talked about it, Tony. We have been through 2 years of hell. It has been difficult. It has been impactful for a lot of people in the world when it comes to travel and hospitality, with no job, with no pay, with no future. So here we are, we're back. We're actually back to normal. It's quicker than we expected. Prices has been today for Accor Eco mid-scale, so economic mid-scale hotel, 10 to 12% higher than 2019, but that includes inflation. And for the luxury, it's a bit more than a third, so 33 to 35%. So you have the benefit of passing the inflation to the end customers. Airline costs, it depends on a lot of airlines, but I guess it's been probably 18, 20% higher than pre-19. But you go to Corsica now on some airline in France from Paris to Corsica, it costs you $600 for a 1-hour flight. Makes no sense. So what I'm saying to you is I think if you look backward, we did not price the room in a good way 4 years ago. We have been too shy for too long on offering a service and a room and an experience at the wrong price. We've been daring post-pandemic because we had to get back the billions of dollars we lost through 2.5 years. So we're not taking advantage of people. I think when people travel today, they have a different experience for one reason, is for 40 years we've been trying to kidnap the clients within the hotel for them to stay for breakfast, lunch, dinner to get the most out of them. We finally realized we have to do exactly the opposite. Open the doors, be the curator, be the guide, make sure they have the best ever authentic experience outside of your walls. So by definition, if you are the guide and the curator, people will accept that again they pay the right price because you're doing something extra, and they will remember the visit, the brand, and that destination. So it's a different model.
Totally different model, yes. Bill, you wrote a letter, an open letter to the Prime Minister of Thailand a few months ago, in which you said, you asked, could hotels charge $8 extra, $8 extra to international tourists coming up, again, as a way to make up for the gap, the international tourists you lost during the pandemic. Now, that's been met with sort of a divided response, right? Not all hotel operators are in favor of that. Where do things stand now?
I think we've seen a fast enough recovery that the pressure of that is a bit off. We've seen room rates rise more quickly. That was primarily aimed at some of the smaller hotels that are having a great deal of difficulty getting the rates up because they're at the mercy of the travel aggregators and not able to meet wage bills and with higher utility costs. Every crisis that I've ever faced was like a walk in the park compared to COVID. And I think this was by far the most serious one. And I think those of us who, or anybody who was using low interest rates, low labor costs, and low energy prices to make their model work, it ain't going to work anymore. Those days are over. So I think we've all got to face this new reality, and that's going to reflect in airline fares, hotel rates, and everything that we're running into. And even in the hotel industry, where we tend to pay a higher wage than outside, we're still seeing difficulties getting people. Again, the younger people don't want to work the full hours, the 5 or 6 day a week. You've also got, in the fast food industry, you've got a lot of pressure on wage costs, which isn't as dangerous in the hotel sector because of the higher wages. But definitely, labor costs are going to be a very serious effect going forward.
What about the impact on a budget carrier? Prices, given that you've had to ground fleet, people aren't spending as much?
Yeah, I mean, it's on the positive side, prices have firmed. And I echo what Sébastien said, that prices are too low. Now, in the airline business, you had a lot of government-owned airlines who weren't interested in making money. And so that was artificially putting prices down. That capacity's gone out and more sensible, rational economic behavior is happening. But I've always said the prices are a bit low. If you look at travel inflation versus other products, we were way behind the curve. So I think you're getting a sensible price. I think, as I said on Bloomberg yesterday, an airline, we probably got to where we should be. I think the pricing is right. And for us, we want to stimulate demand as well. So we're not fixated by high prices. We want to stimulate the travel. And we do that in two ways. One, 60% of our routes are routes that no one ever did before. And that's one of the stimulating by avoiding hubs. And two is keeping prices down. But I think we're at a good place now. And I do believe demand is getting stronger and stronger.
Well, let's poll the audience. If I can get you all to get your phones out, and we have a poll question. We want to know what you prioritize these days when you're booking a trip. So what's the first thing you look at or you consider? Is it price? Is it convenience of either where the hotel is located or flight timings? Sustainability, the environmental footprint of your trip, or just the experience? So have a think about that. But meantime, I'm going to ask you all, what would you pick? Bill, what would you pick?
Well, I think most people would, today they say that 74% of the travelers will travel and spend more if they believe they're doing it sustainably. And so I think there's certainly a huge acknowledgement of what's happening in the world today in climate and the warming of the oceans and everything. So I think everyone is becoming much more concerned than they've ever been before. Many of the hotels and the airlines have recognized this much earlier than other industries and have been focused on it.
I'm not sure whether people would pick sustainably over price, but we'll see.
Yes.
Tony, price.
100% price.
Price, yeah.
Everyone here should only fly on AirAsia.
Of course. Sebastian.
I'll put experience far before. If you're below 35 years old, we've made a big survey in 40 countries. 69% of them are saying is number 3, sustainability. That is the first criteria of choice for somebody below 35. But in terms of why do you travel to more, I'm putting leisure here, not business.
Yeah.
Most of the time, people want to come back richer, different, having learned, discovered, they want to share. 50% on the content on social media is travel related. So if you travel because you just want to discover another culture, another gastronomy, another site, so I wish the answer is experience.
Okay, let's see what the answer is. Let's see what everyone picks here. Let's see if we can get a quick look at the poll results to see what people have picked. Aha, Tony.
There you go. These are my people out there.
These are your people, price.
God.
Right. Okay, so
That is
experience
bad.
wasn't, but experience wasn't far behind.
Do you know, I think
They're
environment...
all over 35, you say, that's the problem.
That's true.
I think environment is obviously an issue. But I mean, if you look at the
Yes.
airline business, carbon emissions are 2% actually of what's happening. Everyone's talking about sustainable aviation fuel, but it's not really real at the moment. There's no supply, the cost is 10 times. So I think there has to be real solutions. And a lot of it from the airline business is down to what the aircraft manufacturers and engine manufacturers can do. So I think it's way off for us. But sustainable also, just to align, what we're seeing is not just environmental. You know, it's not destroying a beach. It's not destroying the environment. And I think there, people are much more conscious, and local governments and respecting local culture, etc. So we've been focusing a lot on not so much the environment side, where it's really out of our control, but in terms of providing sustainable tourism and keeping cultures intact and educating our public, you know, of what's sensitive and what's not, and how you should look after the environment that you're going to have a holiday in.
So Tony, the EU wants airlines to start paying for carbon dioxide emissions, obviously as a financial incentive to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. Is that fair? And if you were asked to pay it, would you?
Well, I mean, I think there are bigger industries that should be focused on more, to be honest. It's easy to pick on the airline industry.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I saw in Sebastian's country, they want to stop flights for short destinations. I mean, I think that's madness, to be honest, and very French.
Yeah, but I'm not part of the government, so.
But I think, you know, I think it's tough. I think what we would like to do is have a voluntary carbon tax. But I think regulators should look at industries that are really emitting the huge amounts of carbon and not just pick on the industries that are in the public domain. But I think a good way to start, I think what airlines can do and what hotels can do is education and educating people and giving them a choice of whether they want to contribute. But I think, you know, legislating and forcing people when there isn't a total solution, I think is tough on the actual industry.
Now, I can't check into a hotel and not find a little sign, right, which says, you know, if you don't mind, if you don't need your linen changed every day or you don't need your towels changed, you know, let us know. And of course, that is a way to try and reduce the environmental impact. The skeptic in me wonders, is this just greenwashing? Is it, Bill?
Yes, I think a fair amount of it is. A lot of hotels think that's the only thing they need to do to help the environment. And I think there's a lot more that has to be done. And especially with the culture, with the areas that you work in, whether you're helping the community, whether you're doing something for the community. And I think you can do so much more. And when we talk sustainably, and that's what I think we're referring to.
So what should we do and what are you doing?
I think you should look at what the companies are doing. I think both Accor, our own company, and others have got a very substantial, we're in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index, we're in the FTSE Index for good. Look at what they're really doing, and it's not necessarily, not changing the linen for 3 days. So I think there's a lot of other more important things that can be done, and you can measure that much more accurately.
Sebastian, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, I'll tell you, ESG is super large. You probably have 30 different topic items within ESG. I'll give you the two who drives me. One, by far, is to acknowledge that a third of the world population has today no access to drinkable water. That is unbearable. And of course, hospitality industry use a hell of a lot of water, and probably too much of it, whether it is in the kitchen, whether it is on cleaning the linens. So we need to get better on one thing: don't construct a hotel when there is no drinkable water next door, because you're taking scarcity, you're actually making it even more difficult for a lot of local populations. That's the first thing for me is, please, let's reduce the water consumption. So linens is one of it. Any luxury person in the room, when you go back to your home at night, you don't have your linens being changed every day. Why are we doing it for somebody spending 2 days? We should be asking that person, would you please authorize us to keep the same linen for 2 days? And then today is optional. So we're asking that person. The second thing, which is as critical as drinkable water, is what are we doing as a social elevator for the billions of people without a job, underprivileged, non-educated. I'm telling you, I did not know that number until last week, and I'm still speechless. Accor, and I've got the numbers because we had a General Assembly last week. The last 12 months, group like Accor, we hired 123,000 people. It's just, and I know half of those never had a job before, never had a training before, were not educated before. So part of the hospitality industry, what we have to tackle, do we make the world better tomorrow by basically giving a job, by giving suppliers a chance to sell what they had to supply, craftsmanship. So our industry is not only alive, but it's a fabulous industry, and there's another number which is striking. 25% of the job in the next 10 years will be created in the travel and hospitality industry. This is a human capital industry. Let's embrace it. There's nothing better. In that hotel, we have 1,200 people, 82 different nationalities. And I guarantee you, probably 85% of those 1,200 people never put a foot in Qatar before.
Yeah.
But we've been bringing them over here, and many of them enjoy it every single day. So that's what we meant to do. Can we please help the local community to go to a different level?
Human capital industry, travel and tourism, yes, it is. But at the same time, we're seeing AI and digitization playing a much bigger role across your industries. Tell me about how you're using AI, Bill, to improve efficiency.
The booking systems now today depend so much on AI and chatbots and what have you. If you haven't been overcoming your digitization problems quickly, you're going to be left way behind. And we're seeing that happen very rapidly.
But at the same time, sometimes when you run into a problem, then it's really tedious when your chatbot isn't giving you the right answer and you can't reach a human.
And today, I think, again, when we look at those under 35s and over 35s, you're going to find people that want luxury but still don't want that personal contact. And then you're going to find other people that are in the older category that want that personal contact. You're going to find both. And the smart operators and smart hotels are going to be able to find how they can use both. But digitization in terms of trying to make our people more effective is very critical.
Tony, how do you see this balance between using AI to improve efficiency but retaining the personal touch?
I mean, I think eventually AI will replace
Humans.
eventually. I think certainly a lot in the customer service area. But I think right now you just have to have a mix of both to handle, we carry 90 million people. To have a call center to deal with that is just not feasible, and you're generally waiting ages on the line. So a lot of it can be done self-service, and we've been through a nightmare with refunds, etc. So AI is definitely going to help. It's going to make the customer more in control and have quicker decisions. So we're big believers, but also in the operations side, in terms of scheduling, in terms of predictive maintenance, you will have a much more reliable airline through operational excellence by the use of AI. Just can't be done by humans. So it's an exciting period. I don't see every industrial revolution, people have predicted the end of jobs, but it always gets better. So I'm a big believer in it, and I think people will just get richer from it and have a better quality of life. So we're big supporters of it.
And remember the need of languages. Our booking engines work in about 26 languages.
Yes.
And trying to do that with human capacity is very difficult. So the fact that you can communicate in your own language at a call center around the world, even if it's AI, sometimes for many people that's a much more effective system.
Oh, for sure, especially speaking in your own language, making a booking.
Exactly.
Sebastian.
I'm actually on a different scheme. Bill is right. Anything before, after the stay, AI is an enhancer and a remarkable tool. During your stay, 24 hours, 72 hours, I do not want to have any AI. None of you wants to be served by a robot. You don't want to be welcomed by a robot. Or if you do, don't come with me. No, seriously, it's just we are in a human capital. If you want people to find a job, if you want people to actually go further in their life, don't tell them they're going to be replaced by a robot. You're going to have so many people unemployed. For God's sake, our hospitality industry is made of men and women, and if you have to wait and don't understand one another for 10 minutes, it's part of our job. You have unforeseen events 3-5 times a day in a hotel, and it's actually resolved by a man and a woman. So I do not want to have any AI during your stay, period.
But some airlines, the staff are robots.
Well, we're out of time. I could go on, but we are out of time. Thank you so much for joining us. And yes, I'm one of those people who likes to be welcomed by a human when I check into a hotel. So
Join the club.
Thank you.
join the club, right? Okay. Thank you so much.
right.
We're going to
Please welcome to the stage Charles F. Stewart, CEO of Sotheby's, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Manus Cranny.
The man with the program, the plan to sell you your dreams at the auctions you'd want to be at. It is Charles Stewart. Good to have you with me. You've just come off the New York art sales and the Geneva jewelry sales. I mean, they were on fire, but they weren't lit up as they were supposed to be in New York. Would you say there's a bit of a slowdown in global luxury art because there's been a shakedown in the market overnight with Louis Vuitton and Hermes?
Well, actually, I would characterize the art sales in New York last week as showing strong resilience at the very top end. Across the major auction houses, there was about $1.8 billion of art sold dollars in a week, with very high sell-through rates and many records set, and good strength at the very high end.
As you look into the world now, we're dealing with high inflation, you've got jewelry, you've got hard luxury, soft luxury, cars, and art. Where are your clients, the real super rich, the unique buyers, where are they focusing their lens in 2023?
What we've seen have particular appeal is anything that has got real scarcity, work that is fresh to market or an object. And we see this across categories. It might be a painting. Last week in Geneva, we set a record for a very rare Daytona, a Rolex Daytona John Player Special. It that sold for 2.2 million Swiss francs against an estimate of 600 to 1.2 million, and quite an extensive bidding battle. So things that are fresh and scarce have particular appeal, and we see that time and again across categories.
Look, a great deal of our audience, and we built, of course, shameless plug, we built the Bloomberg Subdial Watch Index. That's down 32%. That's not exactly your market now, is it? But these are 50 of the most traded pre-owned luxury watches. So there are some of the, the pricier names in there. That's down 32%. Talk to the audience here and beyond in terms of the watch market and your outlook. There's the chart in terms of the performance, as you can see above you.
Yeah, I mean, you see a run-up in prices, which reflects that bubble period that we all saw, where there was, whether it was a combination of crypto and fiscal policy, global easy money flowing into categories. It certainly included watches, also cars and other collectible categories, but really only a portion of those categories. So we saw certain newer watch models, enormous demand. The primary markets disappeared. You couldn't even get on the list to get one of these watches. And that has retreated somewhat, although the secondary prices in many cases are still far above the primary market price point.
When I've been here about sort of 5-6 times in the past 12 months, and I've managed to have been able to get into the Museum of Islamic Art. I'm looking at Qatar, I'm looking at Saudi Arabia, I'm looking at the UAE. There is this momentum to build more art destinations. What's the scale of the budget that's going to be deployed, let's say, by these 3 countries for your market in terms of the art sales? Because I presume that's a big portion of what these 3 nations will buy. How important is the Gulf to underpinning the auction world for you?
Well, there's no question that the Gulf in total represents one of the most important regions for collecting across categories in the world today. Very active, growing, reflective of all the exciting things that are happening here. And in Qatar in particular, I think now that we are in this post-World Cup period where there's been so much focus and attention given over many years to the highly successful event, the attention now turns to the future. I think that art and culture is clearly an enormous opportunity for Qatar. You see the existing museums, the traffic and the appeal of them. There's more to come. And I think what will separate Doha from cities anywhere in the world, not just in the Gulf, will be the quality and importance of the collections that will be unveiled over time and showcased in museums.
I mean, there's as much appetite here from impressionists of Monet. There's about bringing art to this region from the world, from the outside world. Have you seen much of that evidence in the past auctions that you've delivered? Has the Gulf been more active than usual? I mean, China, just benchmark for me, who is the most active in these art auctions at the moment globally?
Well, the largest overall market is certainly the U.S., both in terms of buyers and sellers. And when we look at Asia, what we've seen is a reemergence of buyers post the longer lockup periods in China in particular, but also an expansion of interest coming out of Asia from outside of China, whether that is Southeast Asia. We've had our first auctions in Singapore in 15 years and opened offices in Korea and elsewhere in Southeast Asia. We've just reopened and opened a new office in Shanghai last week. So we are quite focused on Asia, but there's no doubt that incremental buying is coming from this region. Qatar specifically has been an active participant and buyer, very sophisticated on a global basis for many years. But we're seeing that increasing across the region and broadening out beyond just the perhaps sovereign goals to include private collectors as well, which has been exciting to see.
Where are we on the car side in the region? I mean, I'm based in Dubai, and in the DIFC, we've got some beautiful cars on display outside your offices. How important is this market to the acceleration, let's say, and the growth in the car auction market for you? I think we're showing some of the images up here of some of the ones that are coming up.
Yeah, that was the car on the screen actually is a Bugatti, which is interesting because we sold that in Paris in February. It was a new car, and so it was one of the new special Chiron models, and it sold at auction for close to 10 million euros. And this is well above the primary market price, except that there's a waiting list for the primary market price. So I think it speaks to the interaction between primary and secondary markets, which is an interesting, interesting angle for us. We collaborated directly with Bugatti to bring that particular car to market. But to answer your question, cars, we have seen enormous strength in that category, over the last years and continuing strongly into this year. We sold nearly $1 billion of classic and high-end collector cars last year, including the highest value car ever sold, which was a 1955 Uhlenhaut Coupe, which sold for $145 million, Mercedes. And clearly there is significant interest and significant collections here in Qatar and in the Gulf more broadly.
Now, I can only presume at $150 million bucks. I don't know, you tell me. I know that you're digging deeper into the credit market. You are providing credit. I didn't realize this. Sotheby's are providing credit to buyers. Who needs your credit? What I'm more interested in, how much of a premium can you charge to the banks?
We have been in the business of lending against high-value art and objects for 3 decades. It's been a very good business for us. These objects, by their nature, are illiquid, and there are times when it makes sense for people to unlock liquidity by borrowing against the value of that collateral. It's something that we're uniquely positioned to do compared to banks because we obviously have great insight into the correct values to assign for the collateral. So it's been a very good business for us, and it's one that's increased significantly over the last 18 months as credit has become scarcer and liquidity perhaps is at a higher premium than it has been for the last years.
Can I push a little bit? What size is the business?
We have well over $1 billion in loans today, and it's growing significantly. So I think you'll see that continue to grow in the years ahead.
And is it your average? I mean, is it your average billionaire that comes to you for credit, or what kind of client comes to you for credit?
It really is collectors who, as I said, have enormous value. It makes sense for them, whatever their personal circumstance might be, to borrow against that specific collateral. These are types of people who obviously have usually multiple bank relationships, but because we can move quickly, because we understand the value of the collateral in a unique, invaluable way, people turn to us to use their collections to unlock liquidity.
Now, we caught up a little bit earlier on television, and we talked about the Freddie Mercury auction that is coming up. And I think it's one of those things when you say sort of David Bowie, a lot of people in this room remember David Bowie, and a lot of people in here remember Freddie Mercury. Bowie's art collection on the first night raised, what, 30 million bucks?
Yes.
This is more than art. This is history and art. What's going to fly? What is going to be the golden ticket? There he is standing astride. I was actually at that concert at home.
But you're dating yourself, I think.
I don't mind. I'm vintage. But what's going to fly from Freddie's collection?
Well, first of all, I would say that we're thrilled to bring the collection of Freddie Mercury to market. It will be sold in London in September. There's well over 1,000 objects and collectibles and things he owned, his personal possessions, which will be really exciting. We haven't unveiled all of what they are, so that's coming over the course of the summer. One thing I know we have announced are the original lyrics to "We Are the Champions." So I'll be curious to see who needs to have that in their collection. But we've seen enormous interest on our website already in this collection. And I think it speaks to the convergence we're seeing across luxury, lifestyle, pop culture, art, and experience. And Freddie Mercury, obvious icon in those regards. We're also bringing the collection of Paul Newman to market in a few weeks' time as well. We have a very cool Rolex Daytona that belonged to Paul Newman, well worn, and on the back, his wife, Joanne Woodward, inscribed, "Paul, drive very slowly, Joanne." So again, a unique, iconic timepiece that we'll have shortly.
To win those collections, in other words, to choose Sotheby's, to undertake this portfolio of sales for Newman, for Freddie Mercury, how important is the personal relationship in winning that business? What is it that turns the key if people say, yep, I'll take Sotheby's on this?
Yeah, it's always a question of trust, of personal relationship. Obviously, you need to bring the right proposal, the right marketing plan. I think that people...
Is commission honestly, is commission a key part of the discussion?
Absolutely, it's a consideration, but what matters much more than the commission is how well do we sell it? Because if you sell it for 25% more than one might expect, that far outweighs, the commission. So it comes down to the marketing plan and the conviction that you have. I think the fact that we are so global is one of the things that sets us out. We have offices and galleries in 40 countries. We had bidding from 145 countries last year. And the markets in which we operate are, in fact, incredibly global. The Freddie Mercury collection will be a good example of that.
Do you think that will send more in the room than online? Just talk the audience through in terms of that COVID boom that we had online. Has that dissipated?
We're seeing a generational shift there. I mean, no surprise that younger people are, in fact, more comfortable bidding online and on their app. 90% of all of the bids that we took across our auctions last year were either online or on our app. But for the highest value objects, and certainly art, like the New York collections last week, the bidding was either in the room or by telephone.
How much of it was Gen Z? I mean, never mind my generation. I've dated myself, so I'm out there. I'm past the point. But how do you get Gen Z into the auction room? How do you get them online? How do you capture them?
Well, I think Gen Z is interested in things that are unique. In a world of homogeneity, how do you stand out? How do you think about self-expression? Finding unique objects, whether it's a 1945 Cartier bracelet or a Freddie Mercury collectible, is not something you can get anywhere. That brings interest into our auction rooms. We see that over and over. The digital-first engagement obviously is a good way to attract Gen Z as well. And then lastly, investing in new categories, sports collectibles. Game-worn sports collectibles is a huge trend, and we have set and broken our own records many times in shoes, game-worn jerseys.
Is Jordan just king of that? I mean, what was the jersey? 1998, $10 million for a jersey worn in 1998. Is he just king of the trade?
That was a record for a game-worn jersey, 10.1 million. We've sold others. There was a Kobe Bryant jersey from I think 2007 or 8 that sold for $7 or so million. The Diego Maradona Hand of God jersey from the 1986 World Cup sold for 6 or 7. So there's other things in that class. But yes, for now, the Jordan is king of the game-worn collectibles, both jersey and shoes, I might add.
Okay, let's see where Freddie's trainers go at the auction. Charles, thank you very much for being at Qatar 2023, Qatar Economic Forum. Charles Stewart.
Thank you for having me.
Please welcome to the stage Joanna Vicente, CEO of the Sundance Institute, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Malika Kapoor.
Joanna, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm excited. I get to talk about movies. So, Joanna, when Robert Redford launched the Sundance Institute back in 1981, he had one mission: to support and encourage independent cinema. Now, a lot has changed for the movie industry in the last 40 years. Has your mission changed?
So it really hasn't changed. So Redford really started Sundance over 40 years ago. He had just won an Oscar for a film he directed, Ordinary People, and he wanted to create this space for artists to experiment, to take risks, to just create a space for creativity to come to life. And that's still what we do. I mean, we support, we champion, we amplify the work of independent, bold filmmakers. So the mission has very much stayed the same. Of course, the organization has evolved. It started with labs at the beginning, really these workshops for artists. And then some years later, Redford bought a film festival, used to be called USA Film Festival, which is now the Sundance Film Festival, and we're going to be celebrating the 40th edition.
Yes. So a lot of people do know Sundance for the film festival, but the labs are the real engine of Sundance. Tell us a little bit about what happens at a lab.
So, I mean, the labs are, workshops. They really, and they're held at the Sundance Resort in Utah. So this beautiful land that Redford bought, he really believed that artists needed to have the space in nature to be, not distracted and have space to experiment. And he would invite his friends and advisors from Hollywood to come and work with these filmmakers, and that's how it started. And it's a formula that has worked so well. I mean, so many of the filmmakers that I mean, from Quentin Tarantino to Steven Soderbergh to Wes Anderson, Paul Thomas Anderson, Chloe Zhao, Ava DuVernay, Ryan Coogler. I mean, it's amazing how so many artists started going with a script, with an idea, going through screenwriters lab, directors lab, then their film got to be at the festival, their first film, and now they're, the major filmmakers of our times.
And so many classic films. Till I was researching for this interview, I didn't realize that Pretty Woman went through Sundance.
That's a very funny example. It's actually going to be 30 years that the film was released, and it was workshopped at Sundance. It came in as a script, and the director went through the screenwriters lab, directors lab, and then Disney bought it. It was Touchstone Pictures, and they asked Gary Marshall to make the script a little less bleak. So definitely the Sundance version was a little darker. And there was no happy ending. So Gary worked on the script and directed the film, and I mean, it's a film that went on to connect with so many audiences all over the world.
Now, to support independent cinema, what we really need is to provide an audience, right? We're at an interesting time for the movie industry because after the pandemic, I know many of us prefer to watch or quite enjoy watching a movie from our couch. And when people go to the theater, it's often to watch Tom Cruise, Top Gun Maverick. How do we guarantee or create an audience for independent cinema?
So, I mean, I think it's a challenge that we're all thinking about. How do we bring people back to cinemas? I mean, there is nothing that replaces that experience of being totally immersed in a dark room with other people, and we're all laughing or crying. I mean, there's something that happens, and that experience those are the experiences that change the way that we see the world and connect with each other and get informed about different worlds. So, of course, behaviors have really changed because of the pandemic. People are now used to be home, have big TVs, and have all of entertainment options at their fingerprints. But I think, I mean, we need to cultivate also new audiences because the traditional art house audience is aging, and we need to get people excited about coming back. And I know that's something that distributors are really focusing on, really going back to doing more traditional windows where they start in theaters and then go online, because it's also, you get so much more attention and press and buzz if there's a time where people really go to the theater. There's word of mouth that builds. Everyone is watching that film at that same time. So hoping that we continue to encourage that. And then, as a festival, sometimes that will be the only moment where filmmakers will have the opportunity to show their films for a community of people.
Let's talk about the movie Coda for a moment, because that's one of those unusual ones that did really well on the film circuit, on a streaming platform, but also in the theaters, and of course, went on to win an Oscar. But what's remarkable about Coda is, I mean, as a supporter of independent cinema has a huge power to shift cultural conversations. Did Coda really advance the conversation around disability?
So Coda is a great example. So the film went on to win the Oscar for Best Picture. The filmmaker had gone through our labs, and the film premiered at Sundance. It sold for a lot of money to Apple. It was the first Oscar for a streamer, so Apple got Best Picture Oscar. I mean, and it's a film that it really normalizes certain aspects of the disability of deaf people, and having that showed in a very authentic way, in a very positive way. And I mean, it's a story about resilience. And it's amazing that the actor, who's the deaf actor, was the first deaf actor to win an Oscar for Best Actor.
Streaming services, do you see them as an opportunity or as a challenge? Because opinion is mixed on this, right?
So, I mean, I see it as both. I think it's a great opportunity. They, of course, invested so much money in content, and it gave opportunity for a wide variety of diverse filmmakers to have an opportunity to get their films produced, funded, and shown on the platform. It also did a really great push for documentaries. I mean, documentaries really kind of like got a new audiences, and people got excited about documentaries. So that's something really positive. Also, I think it has introduced independent films to global audiences, and it also has introduced international films and international series to American audiences that were maybe a little more reticent to see films with subtitles. And now that we're getting used to see all kinds of series, I think people are more open in the US for international films. So streamers have done really, I think, great things for creators. And I think it's about balancing, you know, it's also having that theatrical experience being valued, and not just everything, you know, available on one of the platforms. Because it also, I mean, it's hard to find things, you know, you kind of can get overwhelmed.
It's a lot of choices.
There's so many choices, and then you kind of rely on the algorithm, and it sends you to see something that is similar to what you saw. And I think what's wonderful about independent film, and when I say independent, it's really films that are made outside of the studio system. And so many of international films, of course, are made what we call an independent way. And I mean, but so many of those films are about discovery. It's about seeing something you haven't seen before, giving voice to someone who hadn't had that voice, seeing people represented that maybe you hadn't seen before. And sometimes I don't know if we have an algorithm yet for discovery, for something that is going to surprise you. So anyway, that's sometimes the other side of things is...
Well, the other side of technology also is, I mean, we've been talking a lot about AI and ChatGPT at this forum. And there's a writer's strike at the moment, and writers are striking because they're concerned about how writing tools like ChatGPT could maybe write like a movie script instead of them. What's your take on this?
I think it's both exciting and frightening. I mean, of course, AI sources from everyone's material. So what is copyright anymore? I think it's right now maybe not writing great scripts, but who knows in 6 months? I mean, things are just evolving so fast. So I think we need to see. I mean, right now there's no authentication for content. We don't know if it's content, AI content, or, I mean, so that's going to be something that people need to solve for. They need to solve for copyright. And, I mean, I think nothing, you know, replaces a personal experience. Independent film is so much about original voices that tell stories that resonate universally, but also are so based in, you know, individual human experiences. So hopefully that creativity that makes that originality, you know, so human continues. But I think that is something that we should be regulating and that we should know how it's used. And I really hope that, that studios and financiers and producers also are honest about the source of the material.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious about the submissions that you're receiving at the Sundance Institute. Are you seeing more diversity in the kinds of scripts that are coming your way and also the filmmakers who are sending in movies?
So this year for the festival, we had 16,000 submissions of both feature films and short films.
Was that a record number of submissions?
It was a record number, 11,000 of short films coming from all over the world.
That's
and
amazing.
5,000 feature films, which is amazing. If you think about it, I mean, maybe Hollywood, has, 100-something films that come out a year, so it's a huge number. And what we saw this year, I mean, I think this was the most diverse festival that we had. We had 53% of the films directed by women and 49% of films directed by BIPOC filmmakers. And that was a record. And if you look at the submissions, it's actually, the numbers are lower. I mean, 25% of, maybe 30% of the submissions are submitted by women directors, to give you an example. But what was exciting, it was not like we were checking boxes. For us, it was like we first selected the films, and then we were like, oh, who directed? Oh, it's a woman.
So it just happened to be.
So it happened to be the most exciting storytelling was coming from women directors, was coming from underrepresented communities and filmmakers. So that's exciting, and I think we'll see more and more. And that's where technology is great. It also provides accessibility. I mean, it's so much cheaper and easier to create content, and I think AI is also exciting in terms of giving filmmakers the tools that maybe you had to spend millions of dollars to be able to do any special effects or to even dream what your story is going to be. If it's like a science fiction story, now an independent filmmaker can dream what that could look like and work with AI to define those looks.
Well, it's definitely an exciting time for the film industry, and I'm excited to see what comes out of Sundance this year. Joanna, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome Stephen A. Schwarzman, Chairman, CEO, and co-founder of Blackstone, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix.
Hi, Steve. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, it's my pleasure to be here.
Steve, when you look at the world economy, we talk about inflation, we talk about fragmentation. What does it mean for deal making? I know leverage is going up, but things could be getting cheaper. Is it conducive to more deals?
Well, I think it takes a while, Francine, in terms of the balance between what sellers want and what buyers want. And usually when you have market declines, it takes about a year and a half before the sellers to forget what their companies or their assets used to be worth. And by 2 years into that cycle, you start seeing a lot of activity. We're already seeing activity in Europe in real estate, for example, because people become forced sellers, given the dramatic increase in interest rates, and then financial institutions wanting to provide less leverage. The owners of assets have become structural sellers to reduce their leverage. So we're already seeing really terrific opportunities there, and it's just a matter of time before that happens in other places in the world.
So what kind of real estate things are you trying to buy? I know there's a lot of concern about commercial real estate and where that ends up. It could be the next big thing to fall. What does it mean for private equity money?
Well, I think you're seeing a lot of pressure in commercial real estate in offices. And in the United States, for example, there's 20% vacancy in offices, and another 20% sort of empty because people are working from home So that subcategory of real estate is showing a lot of strain. On the other hand, the kinds of things that we own, which are warehouses, where it's about 40% of our assets, those are going up double digits in terms of rents. And when people's lease expires, they're pricing up 40 to 50% because rents have gone up a lot in that area. So that's a very strong concentration. And we're seeing the ability to buy continually warehouses, increasing what we do, and we're the largest owner of the world privately of that asset class. And so it's important to be really selective when you're looking at buying real estate. We also have data centers, which have had a huge explosion along with artificial intelligence, and that's become an extremely interesting investment class.
Steve, how is the growing influence of Middle Eastern sovereign wealth funds actually reshaping private equity?
Well, I started coming to the Middle East, I guess it was 1991, and a lot of the countries actually had just started funds, or the funds weren't even investing in limited partnerships. And now the Middle Eastern sovereign funds have revolutionized capital and providing capital for all kinds of different projects and investments in funds and co-investments. And it's one of the most vital parts of the world because the amount of money that need to go into the individual countries is less than the amount of the income that keeps increasing the scale of the funds. There's been an enormous professionalization of the investment process over the last 30 years. And so it's fun to be dealing with everybody in that part of the world.
How do you see it changing? We worry about fragmentation, about being in a very polarized world. Certainly US-China versus China is taking a lot of headlines. What does that mean for the flow of capital?
Well, I think capital is still flowing. Trade has been affected, and there's the start of capital flows starting to be affected. And I think that's a net negative for the global economy. And I think everybody is concerned about that. And even geopolitically, you know, the kind of muscular politics only goes so far before it starts creating very adversarial types of relationships, which are not good for any country.
Steve, you mentioned certain possible deals in Europe. Is there anywhere else where you see leverage still being advantageous enough for you to go in quite aggressively?
Well, I don't think, Francine, it's the leverage, because we can always borrow money. It's a little more expensive. The expensive money isn't as important as the goodness of the company and the price. And we still haven't gotten prices low enough in the United States. You know, people are still somewhat optimistic, but if you look at what's happening with the economy, U.S. is only 1% growth of the GDP. That's in real terms. And the Fed has raised rates sufficiently that it's really going to start slowing the economy. That always happens on a delayed basis. So I think the buying phase will have to wait for a bit in the States.
Do you worry about a policy mistake from the Fed?
Well, I think everybody worries about those. They missed the inflation. We were talking about inflation publicly, close to a year before the Fed was, and then they called it transitory. And we could see from all of our companies that was not the case. And so they've overreacted. I shouldn't say they've overreacted. They reacted late, and they reacted in an exceptionally strong way. There's still a debate as to whether to pause now or continue to increase. I think Jamie Dimon yesterday said he could see 6 to 7% rates instead of the 5% area. That's possible. Hard to tell. the economy actually, in terms of inflation, we think is doing much better on the inflation front. The way we look at what's happened with the US economy is we think inflation is in the low 3% category, not 4.9% as publicly reported. And the reason for that is that the shelter category, which is over 30% of the index, is done on an average as opposed to exactly what the costs of rent are now. And if you looked at the costs of rent today, not an average, and put that in the CPI, you'd be around 3.2, 3.3. And so the Fed, in effect, is having more success than the market thinks.
Is the market, though, focused so much on cuts by the end of the year that they're miscounting or misjudging this higher for longer interest rate environment that could really change the way markets operate?
That's my view. Usually when people say things, they mean them. I think because the Fed was late to the party in terms of increasing rates, they want to make sure that this is not an Arthur Burns moment where they release the pressure too quickly and then they have to do something else again. So I would expect them to stay where they are through year end, although frankly, no one in the world knows the right answer to that. They're educated suppositions, and we'll see what happens. But there's still a resilience to the economy that exceeded what people expected.
Steve, we're in a room full of big investors and sovereign wealth funds. How should they view the possibility of the U.S. defaulting?
Well, I was watching TV early this morning and seeing the updates. It's sort of somewhat difficult to imagine this is actually going on. It's a political standoff. I think the two parties are about $100 billion apart on freezing the spending levels. I think that could be negotiated. One of the other issues is whether people have to work to get supplementary payments. And I think there's a position that could be resolved relatively quickly on that. So this is somewhat an issue of wills and desire to not blink. And the whole world is watching. And so I think it could be resolved. In the 2011 fiscal cliff negotiations, it actually got done a little late. And something like that is one of the numerous scenarios. I don't foresee a situation where there would be a default that speaks to the U.S. government paying principal and interest on a timely basis. If something were to happen, really as a miscalculation on the part of the people involved with the negotiations, I think it would hit domestic constituents in the U.S., which would put enormous pressure to have things resolved in a few days. So it's a bit of a nail biter, if you will, and we'd all like to see it resolved, and it all will be resolved. The question is exactly when in that time period it is.
But Steve, do you worry that even if we don't have a default, there's some kind of credit event if we have an agreement in the 12th hour? And again, is there a war room that you do game theory on what could happen to investments and what worst case scenario could be? We know JP Morgan has a war room.
Well, JP Morgan also has huge amounts of derivatives, the largest center of derivatives in the world, and they should be focused, and they are. They're terrific at what they do. For people like ourselves and for normal investors, I think we look at this as a relatively short-term issue. You could have quite dislocated markets for a short period of time if the U.S. government doesn't resolve what it's doing. But on a longer-term basis, I don't think this is an issue because it'll be resolved very quickly. That one needs to be overly concerned about. If you're a trader and you're setting up positions, it's a wonderful time for volatility. If you're a long-term investor like ourselves, you look at this with a different perspective.
Steve, at the same time, we had the banking crisis in the U.S. It was short-lived, but are there any legacy issues for some of these regional banks? What does it mean as regional bank retreats? Are you looking at opportunities to pick up lending market share anywhere in the U.S.?
Yeah, well, we are very large in terms of providing credit at Blackstone. We called it a golden age for our credit business. And what we're doing is we're having conversations with a number of those regional banks because we're interested in buying assets that they create. And we're looking at partnerships with some of them because they're worried about how many assets they keep on their balance sheet. And as a result, we're natural partners. And we can help them, and they can help us fill up our needs for investments. What I would say, in the first part of your question, is that the pressure on those regional banks won't just come from the markets, it'll come from regulators. And that will make them less apt to provide credit, and they are important institutions. It's just not our money center banks. For example, 75% of real estate lending is done outside of money center banks. And when that gets cut off, that hurts construction, that hurts jobs. And so we see an opportunity for firms like Blackstone to fill that void, to help the economy, to keep sort of the economy growing. And in finance, there's always a certain level of endless change that goes on, and we think this change will benefit what we're doing.
Steve, we're also, of course, in a U.S. election cycle, which usually means that the markets are a little bit nervous about what's happening in the U.S. You're a major donor to the Republican Party, but so far you've held out in backing any one candidate. Why?
Well, it's early days. My goodness, there were only a few people, who've declared. There are other people entering, on a almost daily basis. I've met with all of the candidates. I know them, and today we're having Ron DeSantis, for example, is announcing, and Elon Musk is going to be interviewing him on Twitter. That's the new world. Tim Scott announced on Monday, and he's a senator, has very substantial financial backing. Chris Christie and Mike Pence are rumored to be wanting to enter the race in the next few weeks. You have a lot of other candidates. What's interesting on the Republican side, besides Donald Trump, you have a variety of other candidates, all of whom are quite strong and very experienced, successful governors, senators, and there's going to be a very interesting election. It's 8 months until the first vote, and people in the audience and the rest of us will be bombarded with media over the next 8 months. Who's where in this contest, and it only really matters once people go to the polls.
But so between DeSantis and Tim Scott, who do you think should run for 2024? Do you have a favorite?
Well, they're both friends of mine, and I think Ron's going to be extremely well funded. He's very organized, and in the polls, he's the leader among the non-Trump candidates. Tim is a really good guy and well-intentioned, and has come from a very humble background, as has Ron. It's part of the American dream, if you will. You start with nothing, no money, no background, knowing no one, and you end up being discussed on a stage in Qatar. I mean, how remarkable is that, actually?
Would you donate to the Trump campaign if he was Republican nominee?
I said publicly after the midterms that I think it's time to move on to the next generation of candidates. And I said that for both Republicans and Democrats. The Republicans have had a string of losses in 2018, 2020, the runoff in 2021 in Georgia, the 22 midterm elections. I think it's time to win if you're a Republican, and that means we have to make some changes.
All right, Steve Schwarzman, thank you so much for joining us today. We'll now take a very short break, everyone. Meet us back here at 3:40 p.m. for our final session of the day, including an interview with the President of Paraguay.
It has been heralded alternately as a Google killer and the
most important general purpose technology since the wheel or fire.
ChatGPT is an AI-powered chatbot whose answers honestly feel human. But the very feature that makes it seem almost magical also poses a colossal problem, because we don't really know where its answers are coming from. Let's start with the basics. ChatGPT is built by OpenAI, a company that's backed by Microsoft, and it's more or less free for anyone to use. It works by ingesting hundreds of gigabytes of text data on which it is then trained to generate human-like responses. It's pretty mind-blowing. This is an essay that it wrote about Romeo and Juliet. This is some software code. It can even generate jokes that are almost funny. Crucially, it works differently from Google. It doesn't just quote sources verbatim and present it to you. Instead, it works much the way a human would. If I've taken an undergraduate course in, say, critical theory, and someone asked me about the German sociologist Theodor Adorno, I would dig into the recesses of my memory and cough up an answer. I might not necessarily know the exact source of that answer, some book or lecture from more than a decade ago. Frankly, my answer might not be entirely accurate. ChatGPT is similar. It doesn't cite a source the way that a responsible journalist or academic would. Google, for all of its justifiable criticism for the way that it scrapes data from other websites and presents them on its own platforms, does at least cite the source. Same with Wikipedia. If you read an article that feels a little bit sketchy, you can click through the source and find for yourself whether you think it is accurate. And beyond just checking the veracity of any information, the source itself doesn't get any credit. There might be less incentive to post things online if it's just being scraped by some AI algorithm. This is a bigger issue with AI as a whole. The very nature of deep learning is such that often the system itself doesn't know the source of the information that it's presenting. ChatGPT is just a beta for the moment. Maybe some of these issues can be fixed, but that's also why it's worth discussing them right now.
Please welcome to the stage Haslinda Amin, host and editor-at-large of the Qatar Economic Forum, powered by Bloomberg.
Welcome back. First off, we'd like to thank our official partners, Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Media City Qatar, our presenting sponsors, Qatar Investment Authority, QNB, and QRDI Council, and our participating sponsor, QInvest. And now please join me in welcoming to the stage His Excellency Mario Abdo Benitez, President of the Republic of Paraguay. Now, for a lot of countries, it is about navigating relations with the big boys. Here we're talking about the US and China, and it's no different for Paraguay, which has had a long-standing diplomatic relationship with Taiwan that goes back to 1957.
60 years.
60 years, that's right. And now its biggest companies are urging the government to establish a diplomatic relationship with China because they feel they are, I guess, losing out in terms of access to the biggest market for their products. Let's get perspective here from Mr. President. How should Paraguay navigate its relationship with the US and China? Should it maintain those diplomatic relations with Taiwan?
Yes, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. And what I said to you before coming to the stage.
We had a short chat.
Yes, a short chat. One of my biggest responsibilities and objectives when I became president of my country was to put Paraguay more visible with the rest of the world. The rest of the world should know that Paraguay exists and what Paraguay can offer to the rest of the world. We're not a small country. We look like a small country because we're in the middle of two huge countries, Brazil and Argentina, right? They are almost like a continent by themselves. But we're, for example, bigger than Germany in terms of square kilometers. And well, during this period, what I wanted to do is to put Paraguay on the world map. And now answering your question, we changed the strategy of our strategic alliance with Taiwan when I started my administration. Before, there was only cooperation between Paraguay and Taiwan. Now we changed the strategy with the president of Taiwan, Tsai Ing-wen. And we moved forward in a more complementary strategic alliance. During my time in government, we increased our trade with Taiwan by 500%. So that is a good argument for us to say to our private sector, to the companies that are in Paraguay, if we continue to do this over the next government and we maintain an average of increase our trade with Taiwan, being Taiwan an opening door for the region where Taiwan is, we can have enough argument in order to defend our strategic alliance with Taiwan. And also, we are looking forward to bring Taiwanese capital into Paraguay. And I'm going to give you one thing. In this period, even with the pandemic, Paraguay was one of the 5 countries in the region that we were able to increase foreign investment because of the advantages we offer to the world, right? In this 5-term period, we have the record in our history in foreign investment in Paraguay. That means our model and the effort we're doing in order to put Paraguay in the world map, we're getting good results. And I believe that in the future, we can even get better results if we can sustainable defend and strengthen these policies that are making interest Paraguay to the world and to the investors in the world, the investors in Paraguay, in the region, and internationally.
Do you see the incoming president in Paraguay maintaining that diplomatic relationship with Taiwan? What would it take? I mean, could there be concessions that Taiwan could give to Paraguay to make it a more, I guess, palatable choice?
Yes, the recent elected president, he already said that he's going to continue the relations with Taiwan, the diplomatic relations with Taiwan. And I don't see that Taiwan have to give something or offer something. I think that we have a two-side problems. Maybe a Taiwanese problem that is not seeing the potential that Paraguay can offer to their investors in the region. I'm going to tell you just few numbers. Paraguay has the same currency for 80 years. We never put a zero in a currency. We have a very strong currency, that stability, right? We have an inflation average rate yearly of around 3.2%. Last year was a terrible year because what happened with Russia and Ukraine, right? But if you see as an average, we are the country that have the lowest inflation in the region. We have the less tax pressure in the region. Our tax pressure is only 10%. The average in the region is 32%. So we have a lot of conditions, competitive conditions, in order for not only Taiwanese capital, any capital in the world, to use Paraguay as a platform to produce and get in the Mercosur, that is our South Common Market, and through Paraguay to the world. So that's what we are offering to the world. And what I want to do is to strengthen that view that we have with Taiwan and with any other interested in having a good place to invest, have security. We have, for example, laws that can give you, it won't vary your tax equation for 20 years. So there can be a change of government, or change of parties in the government, but you will have stability for 20 years in your investment so that you can plan the return of your investment. So that's what we're doing, and that's what I believe is going to help us to strengthen our ties and our integration process, not only to Taiwan, but to the rest of the world.
The thing is, President Benitez, you talk about the Mercosur, the Southern Common Market. They're themselves mulling over a trade deal with China. If that were to go through, would that put pressure on Paraguay?
No, the thing is that we are not against doing business with anybody. But we believe that our diplomatic relations should stay firmly with Taiwan. But through Mercosur, we can do business with anybody in the world. Paraguay won't, it's not that Paraguay do not want to do business with anybody. The other part is that do not want to do business unless we change our diplomatic status, right? So if we can do, and if we can use the Mercosur to open our market, Paraguay has, and we do not have any kind of problem of doing that.
Speaking of trade, increasingly we're seeing countries using the Chinese yuan for trade. In fact, we've had the likes of Jim O'Neill saying that BRIC nations should increasingly use the yuan instead of the dollar. How do you see Paraguay looking at the usage of the yuan?
I don't think that strategy will go forward. I believe that because of the model of the government, you need a currency, a democrat currency in the world. If the currency can be an element for politics, and if it's not a free trade currency, that the market...
That people have also talked about the weaponization of the US dollar.
But how many years we have seen the democrat use in the economy of the dollar? And we cannot say that the US is it is a democracy. They can use it as a strategy, maybe the strength of the dollar. But I don't see that another currency, it can be now, at least now, reliable in terms of international trade.
What are your views on the US as an ally? Is it still a reliable ally for Paraguay?
Everybody is a reliable ally for Paraguay, and the US also. We have many allies.
How will you describe the relationship, and how do you see the relationship between Paraguay and the US going forward, especially with the next government?
The next government in the US?
And the next government in Paraguay?
In Paraguay, no, I see that it will go well. We have a very long period and a long history in our strategic alliance with the US, and it will continue like that, and with the rest of the world also. I don't see a problem.
You don't see a problem, but in what way will Paraguay benefit from that relationship with the US? I mean, Paraguay is a close ally of the US. How do you see that developing?
We have a lot of cooperation in intelligence, in fighting organized crime, in opening our market, our mid-market. Now it's in the final stages of opening our mid-market for the US. So, but like I said, Paraguay has a very diversified relation to the world. Where one important part of our market is the Mercosur, another part is the UE, another part is the Pacific. So we are very diversified. We are the fourth exporter soybeans in the world. and our soy goes everywhere in the world.
Also beef?
We're the 9th exporter of beef, the 9th exporter of corn, and we are the 3rd exporter of renewable energy in the world. So our economy is very diversified. And for example, in 2023, according to the IMF, the Paraguayan economy will be the most important economy that will grow in the region. Even with all these problems that the region is having, we are very optimistic of the strength we built in many years, not only in my term, in more than 20 years, and the Paraguayan economy shows very resilient. In 2020, the year of the pandemic, the year that all the economies were hit by the pandemic, in our region, the average decrease of the GDP was around 7.4%, and in Paraguay only 0.8%, less than 1%. The 2020, that was the year that all the economies were hit strongly by the pandemic, and that shows the strength of the Paraguayan economy and diversified, that we have our markets open everywhere in the world.
President Benitez, are you concerned about what's happening in Argentina? I mean, it's going through crisis after crisis. Right now, inflation at about 100%, impending presidential elections as well. Your take on it? Are you concerned about a possible impact, a spillover impact from what's happening in Argentina?
We need neighbors that prospers, right? Prosperous neighbors. But Argentina is a very strong country. Even though they are having important crises, they are very strong. They have everything. They have natural resources. They have human capital.
But why do you think this country is going through crisis after crisis?
And I don't want to like say an opinion of what's happening in Argentina, because they are my colleagues, and I cannot. I think that it's not very comfortable for me to say anything about what they are doing. But what I'm saying is that Argentina is a strong country, have a lot of resources, and if it is well managed, Argentina can become a very powerful country, and they can solve their economy problems that they're having now.
President Benitez, we're quickly running out of time, but very quickly, I know you're the outgoing president. What role do you see yourself playing, possibly in the Senate?
Yes, we have a law that sends me to the Senate, like an ex-president, and I think that Latin America and our region we need more ex-presidents that can put their experience in favor of building the future. Because an ex-president have a lot of experience being in government, and that experience can be very useful for the country, well managed. And when you do not have any electoral ties, right? It can be very useful in the country's debate. So I would like to continue to help my country with all the experience I gained being president, and I want to continue contribute to my country.
President Benitez, we thank you so much for being here. It's been a long flight for you, I know.
Yes.
We appreciate you being here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the invitation.
Please welcome to the stage Pier Paolo Barbieri, founder and CEO of Uala, Marcelo Clore, founder of Clore Group, and Jack Selby, managing director of Teal Capital, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde.
Caffeinated right now. I know that if you have had a little bit of a caffeine fix before we came on stage, it is wonderful to be surrounded by what I know is going to be a global conversation about where the money flow is going right now. But we're talking startups. We have a startup in the house, even though a pretty fully fledged one. We've got people who've consistently operated, consistently invested in, and indeed helped found. I'm interested, the question of this panel was, where's the next billion-dollar company? And Jack, I would have thought most people would say AI right now, right?
AI is certainly a very du jour topic, that's for sure.
But is it rightly so? Do you think ultimately startups that are building within the ecosystem will be able to make headway when we've got already OpenAI teaming with Microsoft, Google's Bard, really big companies putting a lot of investment and been doing it for decades?
I actually, I'm not sure, to be honest, because I think there is a bottleneck of human capital, and so there are only so many PhDs that are qualified to build out kind of the next generation AI. So I think it's going to be dominated by the large companies like Microsoft, Google, OpenAI, and I don't think it's going to be the domain of the feisty startups necessarily.
Marcelo, you've been thinking about how artificial intelligence is, I'm sure, going to disrupt portfolio companies that you've been investing in over the years, but also where within regionally the ecosystem is going to be built. Will there be AI flourishing everywhere? Will it be the home of West Coast? Will it be the home of developed nations? Will you see it in Latin America?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of hope for AI, especially in a dying region like San Francisco. A lot of people are saying what will save San Francisco will be AI. And that's a big topic. I mean, that's a big belief. And I do believe that AI is going to be prevalent everywhere. It gives you the ability. However, it's all about talent. And one of the things that I find fascinating is at one point in time, if you go back in the last couple of years, people were really saying that China had taken the lead on AI. And that's the creation of some fascinating companies like TikTok and others, which are the true, I would say, companies that have a spread AI. But it's fascinating, through Gen AI, suddenly the US again takes the lead on a global basis, which is great if you happen to live in the US. Now, as it relates to where do you find the next billion-dollar company, I think they're going to be worth a lot more than $1 billion. And innovation disruption will happen, in my opinion, at the app level, at the application level. Sure, there's going to be foundational layers like there is today. Today you have operating systems, you have Android, you have Apple, you have so many different operating systems. But the disruption and innovation at each business or each vertical, to me, is going to happen at application level that are going to have to plug into these foundational layers. And you're really starting to see that, some specialized companies. Now, I'll leave you with this comment. We were also concerned about valuation the last 2 years. How in the world did we invest at these valuations? But it's happening all over again. The valuations that you're seeing in AI companies today are high. People are scared of missing out. And it's like it's happening all over again at a smaller space, a smaller scale than what happened in tech. So fascinating times ahead with AI showing in our fingertips today.
Pierre, are you being pushed to show the prowess of your own artificial intelligence already? You must be using it to understand the creditworthiness of the people that you help have access to finance across Argentina, Mexico, Colombia. But are you worried about the disruption it might have on your business?
No, I think it's fantastic. I think it helps us. It helps us in 3 main ways. The first one is to drastically increase the productivity of our best developers. So development has always been an area where the best rewards go to the best coders. And so this widens the gap between a good developer and a great developer. And so our tech team estimates that it makes the best 30, 40% more productive. And so if it helps the mediocre ones be 20% more productive, the gulf between them increases. That's number one. The second one is customer service. We worked for over 6 months with Salesforce, which is a big partner of ours, to build a conversational bot that helps users. It already takes care of 40% of our flow.
Wow.
And we get contacted more than 1 million times every month. And so if you take 40% of that, it means more time for the people to actually deal with the difficult problems, which in financial services are a lot. And the third issue is the creditworthiness point. We develop our own credit score for every user we have, because in our markets, over 50% of people are unbanked. So there is no credit scoring for them. So we build it directly with our own transactional data, with our own bill payment, with our own cell phone top-ups. And so we use information from your water bill or your electricity bill to build your credit profile. Obviously, that requires an amount of data that would be impossible for anyone to deal with themselves, so our data team uses AI tools. And I think that you can have a lot of that innovation in centers, just like you have cloud infrastructure in centers in the US or in China. So you have AWS and you have Azure in the main markets. And then in emerging markets, we are going just to connect to an API. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to use those services, and they need to be priced and made available in the kind of infrastructure that then benefits companies all over the world and including emerging markets.
Pierre, where is your talent right now? You just talked about how much more effective it's going to make your talent. Where are your best developers?
So we have people in over 10 countries. We have 17 nationalities in the team, even though we just operate 3 countries today, which means that we're planning to launch new markets, and we specialize in those places of the world where over 50% of adults have never had a card. And yet they want to pay for Netflix, they want to pay for Spotify, and we build all of financial services from credit to merchant acquiring based on that insight that everybody needs a digital account. And so we have people all over the place, in new markets for us, but also in geographies that you wouldn't think. And so we have a lot of people in Eastern Europe, we have a lot of people in Asia, and then we have most of our talent in Argentina, where I'm from, so 80% of our developers are there. You have an amazing quality given price in that market, and we increasingly have more people also in Colombia, which is a very fast developing market when it comes to tech talent.
Jack, I feel that that speaks to something that you're thinking of perhaps a little bit more locally, and Marcelo goes there with the sort of, hey, who's in the West Coast? But it's interesting, you've been investing in an idea of democratization of talent, or at least entrepreneurial talent, across the US. Is it outside of the West Coast now, more broadly?
Well, Marcelo already touched on it, and it's
just a point of view.
Well, I'm a California refugee myself. When we sold PayPal back in 2002, I moved out of the onerous regime and moved to Arizona. And so my point of view on this is that the pandemic has accelerated essentially the democratization of technology more broadly across the United States, which I think is great. And so if you're a startup founder, if you're a serial entrepreneur and you've made money for a VC on Sand Hill Road, you can basically throw a dart at the map and move out of your shoebox house in Palo Alto or Menlo Park, wherever it is, and you can literally get 5x the house in Scottsdale, Park City, literally wherever the dart may land. And the great thing about how kind of capitalism and venture capital in particular works is that that Sand Hill VC will come find you. And so that's happening in real time right now. And I would argue, again, not to California bash, but I think it's top of the first inning in terms of that exodus leaving the state. And it's it's the 5th largest country in the world by economic standards, and it has a long way to go in terms of this unravel, I think, potentially.
I mean, Marcelo, as Bolivian, who then immediately have moved abroad, who's then thought about Miami as home, but always servicing and looking back to Latin America, make it even more global for us. Who's investing in the VCs right now? Who's wanting to put money to work in tech funds and in investors? Is it largely coming from places in the world like the Middle East right now?
So again, we're moving at an accelerated pace, and it's fascinating for me to see this guy on the left who would have never come to the Middle East to go raise capital. And what you're saying is entrepreneurs today are bypassing, in many cases, your traditional venture and trying to come directly and raise money from sovereigns. Fascinating. Which means it raises the bar to private equity and to venture capital, that it's just more than just capital. And I'm a big believer that just passive capital, deployment of capital, what happened the last 10 years, because if you were a venture capitalist in the last few years, you were selling access to a company. So people work hard, hey, let's see if the founder likes me in order for me to get access. I think that's gone. I think the real investors of the future are going to be investors that can actually change the trajectory of a business, that can help entrepreneurs operate, scale, exit, hire, through all those things. And if all you're looking is for a less active capital, more passive capital, you're going to find the great companies coming directly to the Middle East, be Qatar, be UAE, or be Saudi, because the teams that sovereigns are building are first class. And you have real talent coming and working for these sovereign funds, because most of the capital is coming from this part of the world today.
Marcelo, give your learnings, though, because many would say where you were before, and the Vision Fund in particular, sort of upended the world of VC. To have that amount of money writing those large checks. In hindsight now, what would you give advice to the sovereign wealth funds, those eyeing up companies like Pierre's, to be like, okay, here's a recipe for a good valuation, for the right amount of check with operating expertise that I can offer you?
Yeah. So there was a time, let's call prior to the time we're living today, that it was a perfect storm. Unlimited amount of capital, not only from SoftBank, the amount of capital that venture capitalists were raising were outrageous at a zero cost. So unlimited capital, with zero interest rates or free money. Of course, that's going to force people to be very competitive in deals, and entrepreneurs were the big winners. A lot of lessons learned, growth at all cost, not a good thing. It was easy to invest because when the cost of money was zero, every company could turn profitable, generate positive cash flow in a PowerPoint presentation. Today, the world has changed. You have interest rates, you know, your lowest interest rate has gone up by 5%, which means a lot of the business that would have been profitable business no longer are going to be profitable. So the stakes are way higher today. You know, us as investors, we're looking at businesses that are profitable or at least have a clear path to profitability and, more importantly, a clear path to generating cash flow as we become growth equity investors. Nothing has changed in the seed world, in the Series A and all that. You know, you're betting behind a great entrepreneur who's going to figure out how they're going to overcome the obstacles to go build a great business. But as we get towards growth equity, you know, everybody's looking for a clear path to profitability.
Let's talk about those obstacles, because Pierre, I'm pretty sure you're thoughtful about regulation being one of, I mean, boy, have they dialed up the regulatory switch over in the United States. I'm sure any crypto founder in particular would tell you that, but AI too at the moment. I'm interested in what you're seeing in terms of who's leading the regulatory discussion now? Where do you have to look to set the bar? Because Dubai and the Middle East are really thinking thoughtfully about crypto regulation, for example.
So I operate in the world of financial inclusion, right? So we're trying to target these markets where, as I said, 50% of adults have never had access to financial services. And so what we find going around the world, and we've now acquired or built banks from scratch in all of our markets. So we bought banks in Argentina and in Mexico and built a bank in Colombia, and we're building banks elsewhere. And we find regulators that are very open to the idea that everybody should be included. Why? Because operating in cash is expensive, it's difficult, and it doesn't protect you in a moment of inflation and, like other panels were saying, you know, cost of living crisis. So every regulator wants people to have access to financial services. And we have, with technology, the ability to have delivery mechanisms that are far cheaper, far faster, and far more equitable than having branches. However, you find the temptation of regulatory capture by the incumbents that don't want that competition. Yep. They're fine making good money, and in times of higher rates, some businesses, including banks, don't suffer from what Marcelo's saying because the net interest margins are much better. And so they're making more money, not less. And so they lobby the regulators to say, oh my God, fintechs are painful, fintechs are dangerous, the crypto players are dangerous. And of course, there's a lot of that. And so I think that currently, I would say India and Brazil, in my space, are the ones who are leading with the idea that opening up means more competition, which means more innovation, and that's the spirit of capitalism. And so PIX in Brazil has been a revolution because it gave instant payments to hundreds of millions of people instantly. And so what we see in Latin America is Mexico wanting to go after that, Argentina wanting to emulate that. There's, for the first time, an opening up of the Chilean banking system, which had been historically extremely closed. And yet, these companies need capital. And when I visit this region and I look at the amount of unbanked people in the Middle East, particularly in markets like Saudi and Egypt, what I see is a regulator that wants to open up, but thus far there hasn't been local players that have had the unique combination of talent plus capital plus the regulatory expertise to get those licenses to be able to operate. And I think over the next 10 years, basically there's not going to be any more unbanked people in the world. So the question is, who's going to be able to lead that revolution from the markets where we've seen a lot of development into the markets where we have not yet seen a revolution?
I mean, Jack, it's where you started. In PayPal, you were pushing ahead in the world of fintech.
20 years ago.
Yeah, from an early days. And look, there's still PayPal. There's the PayPal mafia. There's also Affirm, buy now, pay later now, catching people's interest. Do you think regulatory capture is ever an issue? Do you think ultimately in the US, at least, regulators are now understanding that they need to get ahead when it comes to technology and innovation, like they seem to be trying with AI?
It's an interesting question. I was in the region a couple of years ago talking with, I was at a dinner with some entrepreneurs that were working in the financial technology space. And so when we were doing PayPal, there's always this question, do you ask for permission or do you ask for forgiveness? And in the US, we definitely were asking for forgiveness. We towed the line, we went across the line over and over again. And it ultimately worked out. We certainly had many, many near-death experiences as a company, but ultimately we succeeded by luck and some skill. But I think in this region, as an example, that doesn't work. So especially with financial institutions, because you're playing with people's money. You're not selling Beanie Babies, like in an eBay context. And so if you screw up someone's money, that gets regulators' attention very quickly. And so asking for permission, I think, is the better route forward. So it's really a cultural difference, I think, more than anything else.
It's interesting, and I just want to go to the audience to get a bit of participation going, because we were just talking about valuations, we were just talking about VC and money being allocated. I wanted to get your opinion on whether you think perhaps valuations have eroded enough. Maybe we've resettled when it comes to public markets and now private markets. The valuations look acceptable for the rate of growth that we're seeing. Of course, this is case by case, but go broad for me for a moment. So just have a little look, get on your apps and ask me whether the worst is over for startup valuations. Yes, we corrected. No, there is more pain to come. Otherwise, is only AI attractive? And Marcelo, to that point, when you're thinking about perhaps ways and means that you can see the disparities from one region to another, you seem to, obviously there's a homing instinct from where you're from to want to go back to Latin America, but it feels like no matter what, you feel Latin America is a place to be allocating money, because ultimately it's under allocated too. Why has it been? Why has it been overlooked?
So I love Latin America, and when we were with SoftBank, it bothered me that we were deploying a significant amount of capital and not a single dollar went to Latin America. So I went on a road trip to understand why. And there was a tremendous lack of capital in a region that has the size. You know, Latin America has close to 650 million people, has an income per capita that is 2x or 3x of what is India, and had all the means to basically be a great market for startups or for technology companies. But the main part was that there was a lack of capital. And Latin America has the ability to produce some amazing companies. To me, without getting my friend to the left a little upset, you know, Nubank is the world's best digital bank, bar none. Profitable, growing, tens of millions of customers, solving a big problem. You have iFood, where in Brazil, it's probably one of the best food delivery or super app companies in the world. And I can go on and on about some amazing companies that have been founded in Latin America, including Pier Paolo's company, Voila. So it was a place in the world where there was not enough capital. It has the size, and once you put capital, then you start to see some business thriving. We also had the lowest amount of venture capital as a percentage of GDP. I mean, Latin America, when I got there, the total venture was $1.5 billion, where the rest of the world was...
Sorry, it was $1.5 billion
$1.5 billion. Wow. Then by the time we were done, it was $16 billion a year. So we've equalized Latin America to the rest of the world. And we've helped create some of the world's most amazing companies. So I have a lot of faith in Latin America, and we're going to continue to invest there because people are scared. And you know, we like to be in a place where there's less competition. And I'll finish by saying that in my opinion, Latin America remains today the place where there's significant more opportunities than capital available. And that's a good place to be.
It's interesting that you filled that capital gap, by going to China. Tencent, your biggest investor. How do you see the allocation of capital perhaps changing as trade tensions arise, as we see a more ultimately de-globalized world right now? Is there opportunity because allocation of capital is being disrupted?
So there's a great story today in the press about how China has been increasing its investment in Latin America, taking advantage, of course, of the same flows that Marcelo was describing. We see that opportunity. Tencent's been an amazing investor. They're our largest investor. But we always took a non-traditional path precisely because Latin America was underfunded. And so I lived for 12 years in the United States, and when I went back home to Argentina to start this business, I wasn't funded by traditional venture capital, but rather by Soros and then Goldman Sachs, which emulates a little bit what happened with the first wave of technology companies coming out of Latin America, including Mercado Libre and Globant, that were not backed by the traditional VC players, that were way too focused on SaaS businesses in Menlo Park. And so this desire to have new sources of growth. Latin America, like the GCC, is a region where there's a lot of young people and a middle class that is expanding every year. And so you have from food delivery to financial services, and to deliveries of the other goods and e-commerce in general, the opportunity is huge and you have a growing market, which is not the same as other places. And so we see a lot of interest, not just from China, but from Japan, from Europe, and from American investors now trying to get into these markets where you have very positive trends. And what we also see is that in a world of deglobalization or a second Cold War, a lot of investors are extremely careful with some regulatory thresholds. And that is obviously understandable, because some of the regulators might raise eyebrows if foreign investors, especially in financial services, but I'm sure it's the same in AI, if some investor from abroad owns more than, say, 10 or 20%. And in the Basel rules, especially for financial institutions, there are these thresholds where people have to report in a different way, and especially if they're public companies. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that, which then creates an opportunity for people or for institutions that have more freedom to invest regionally, have more freedom to play in different industries, and finally, that they have the ability to do different types of capital structure. And a lot of the traditional VCs don't have that ability. And so that's how we see more direct investment from sovereign wealth funds, from other tech companies from other places, and from non-traditional providers of capital.
Jack, how do you see the deglobalized world offering opportunities? Because a lot of hand-wringing goes on about the so-called races, US versus China. I know a lot of the venture capitalists, in particularly the Valley, are worried about China versus US. Is it something that you think about that has changed your ultimate outlook or the way in which you run your business? Has it disrupted the means of operation at all?
So one of our board members from back during the PayPal days was Mike Moritz from Sequoia, and he wrote an editorial in the Wall Street Journal probably 6 or 7 years ago, basically trying to ring the bell and alarm Silicon Valley, which otherwise basically had its head in the sand with respect to China. And I think Silicon Valley is good at many things, but viewing the world on a macro level, Silicon Valley has never been very good at. And so that's something I think we can all do quite a bit better at. But I do not think it's a strength of what Silicon Valley does.
Marcelo, you're working with a company that was born in China, but Singapore headquartered now. But you're helping access manufacturing for Shein, which is one of the most fast-growing, do we even call it a startup now, but certain fashion tech company. How do you see, ultimately, that's an opportunity for you, right? Maybe that certain US allocators aren't going to be putting money to it, but you're really seeing how you can aid them to get into to Latin America, to onshore in that way?
Yeah. So Shein is a perfect example of an entrepreneur who saw China as a competitive advantage as a manufacturing site. And in no time, built one of the world's fastest growing companies in terms of growth, in terms of size, shipping products from China to over 165 different countries, to hundreds of millions of customers who are making their apparel decisions based on a complete different way of manufacturing. That was phase one. Phase two is the globalization of Shein. And what you see is we've announced 2,000 new factories, 100,000 people in Brazil. Last week, we announced the opening of hundreds of factories in Mexico to serve the US market. We announced Turkey to serve the European market, and we just announced India to serve the Indian market. And that is just, it's fascinating to see what is going on as it relates to the deglobalization of the world, and how countries actually ask you to be closer to the customers and to be able to set manufacturing facilities. Now, the beauty is, how do you translate that manufacturing knowledge of China and you transfer to other parts of the world? And it's a fascinating exercise that we're going through in a company that's incredibly high growth and that's totally disrupting, you know, an industry that was already disrupted by companies like Zara or H&M or Uniqlo, who are now being disrupted by a new total digital disruptor.
I'll try not to be too negative as we wind this up, because we've run out of time. But is the worst over for startup valuations? No, there is more pain to come, 70%. So quick fire round, does that mean more opportunities for you, Jack?
Well, first of all, happy birthday.
Oh, thanks.
Final word.
Happy birthday.
Well done, my parents.
We won't sing. We won't sing.
I would absolutely agree with the chart.
Do you think you want to write checks when there's more pain to come?
I think the three are correct. There's opportunities in AI. Some companies have corrected, right? And there is some that still got to go through pain. And it just, but again, never to be confused. innovation, disruption, technology growth has not stopped. What has stopped is valuations, and that is because the cost of money has changed. And it's logical, it's obvious. I mean, if money is going to cost you more, valuations are going to be lower. So I don't know why everybody's so surprised. And technology is still going to continue to disrupt. And I think, to even be more bold, I think the next 5 years, the level of innovation and disruption that we're going to see through the true introduction of AI into our lives is bigger than what we've lived for the last 200 years.
Yeah, and you're going to be innovating and building?
Yeah, I think this is going to create opportunities for the ones who are there because they're going to face less competition. And so when we talk to our investors, what we hear is, who else is going to get $300, $400 million to build what you've built, to go get the licenses that you get? And so this, what's going to create is a lot more winners over the big companies that are either have gone public or will go public over the next 2 years. And there, the key is to be able to present a path to profitability. And in our case, we're going to be profitable in our biggest market this year. To be able to show that gives you opportunities with investors who are already part of the cap table or new ones, and there's a lot of interest. But I think there's a lot of pain in the companies that are small that have not yet achieved scale. And that is fundamentally a problem because we might lose some great disruptors that where this money being more expensive caught them at the Series A or Series Seed at a time when no one else is there to do those rounds.
I'm going to now insist they sing me happy birthday behind closed doors. But thank you all very much for spending some time with us. What an amazing panel. I thank you, Jack, Marcelo, Pierre. A wonderful, thoughtful conversation. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Abdulaziz bin Nasser bin Mubarak Al Khalifa, President of the Civil Service and Government Development Bureau of the State of Qatar. Handi Chillinger, co-founder and CEO of Insider. Raj Ganguly, co-founder and co-CEO of B Capital. And Sachin Dev Duggal, chief wizard and co-founder of Builder.ai. For a conversation with Bloomberg's Haslinda Amin.
Well, needless to say, AI has been dominating conversations, especially since ChatGPT showed us what AI can do, and some say in the not-so-distant future, AI will be able to read your mind. Interesting, scary at the same time. Let's get perspective about the future of AI. His Excellency, let's start with you. When you talk about AI, I mean, Qatar, no stranger, because I know that during the FIFA World Cup, you tapped AI to I guess, for the temperatures in the stadium, for instance, and algorithms and so on and so forth. And now let's talk about how AI will be tapped in the legal system. Give us a sense of how transformational AI has been for Qatar.
Thank you, Haslinda. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. I don't know about reading minds, but what I could say that AI for us in Qatar has a great potential. As a small advanced nation, and I think for all small advanced nations, we normally have resources that we want to explore the most out of it. And in this case, human resources. And AI can play a big role into ensuring that we get the most out of what we have. Now, I think that there are also some constraints. I'm a user, sometimes a heavy user of ChatGPT, and sometimes you don't ask the right question, you don't get the right answer. And I think asking the right questions is a constraint that we will need to overcome, and also having the right regulations, as governments are trying to understand how to deal with AI. Now in Qatar, we are a user of AI, and we have hosted an amazing World Cup where we've used AI in our transportation system, and we've helped to commute north of 1.5 million visitors. We are also using AI in some of the current applications that we have. For us in Qatar, we have an application called Kawadir, which is a workplace matchmake type of a platform where we match supply with demand. So we're using also AI in that area. But what's nice about it is the potential, is how can we actually get more out of it? And I think governments like Qatar would need to play three main roles. We need to, of course, be a regulator that's open and that would enhance and support innovation. We need to be a champion in that area, and governments will need to be champions by actually having the right strategies in place and policies in place. And this is what we do in Qatar in our AI strategy. And we need also to be a practitioner. We need to have the right team with the skills. And this is part of what we are doing by skilling and reskilling individuals to be able to deliver on their potential.
It's about unlocking potential. Hyundai, Sachin, give us a sense of where we're seeing that the most right now,
Hyundai. First of all, I'm very much happy to be one of the speakers in the, I think, one of the most speculative, I think, conversation in this forum, because AI and machine learning is something actually that we have been talking about for many years. Maybe at this point, before answering to your question precisely, I might ask the audience to think about what was the first time that you heard about artificial intelligence and machine learning? 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago? So I think probably 10 years ago or 15 years ago, we started to talk about machine learning or AI. We started to think about what is that and how we can utilize it. But I think until ChatGPT, none of us has exactly felt the impact of AI and machine learning technologies in our daily lives that much. This is the first thought, but it's not 100% correct, because before coming to here, I was reading some of the world's most important influencers of tech, and actually that's the trend, AI and machine learning. However, the definition of the trends are mostly about evolution of the existing ones to the future. So that's why actually there's something that we can be aware of, that AI and machine learning was already in our lives, just like Paul Graham, one of the founders of the Y Combinator, mentioned that electric cars, fake meats, AI, all three have been around since I was a kid. They were never good enough, so we learned to ignore them, but all three have now crossed the line where you can't, so what's next? So I think that's the first time that we actually started to include or feel that the AI and machine learning in our daily lives, and generative AI is actually one of them for sure. But I think we are going to see the impact mostly in terms of efficiency. What type of efficiency? Today, the cost of building a new car decreased significantly. Why? Because individual contribution of the engineers was less automatic and more required in the past, but now that kind of efficiencies has entered to our life in terms of the usage of AI and machine learning. So that's why I think in the future we are going to see the impact of those in our lives in terms of the efficiency for the automation. I think automation is the key here. Most of the time people think, or sometimes maybe scares, that is AI going to replace human power? Human, definitely no, but human brain, definitely no. It's not going to replace it. It's going to enrich this. But by the help of the automation, I think we are going to see those in our lives more, and thanks to efficiency they create.
Sachin?
Look, I think it's a bit more nuanced. I'm always really taken back by how everybody is now talking about AI, and it's here tomorrow. But to be honest...
it's here today.
I mean, it's been here for a while. But I'd say that the conception of where we think we are in AI and where we actually are, we are in the AOL days of the internet in terms of where it can go. I think what you're seeing is not suddenly an evolution of AI in 1 month when ChatGPT came out. The user interface changed. And we all missed that. The user interface became WhatsApp. Who uses WhatsApp in the audience? That's why everybody can now suddenly use AI. And if we think about everything up till now, and you talk about sort of potential, but just see how everyone is playing with AI. it hasn't disrupted jobs yet. In fact, we're now seeing a whole new area of jobs, prompt engineering, being created. So you have to ask yourself, like, where is the short-term potential going to come? And I think it's a couple of areas. I think, one, you have a strata of the population where there is a massive supply and demand mismatch. We were talking about this backstage. 600 million developers worth of demand, 50 million worth of supply. We can't build the software the world wants to build. And every country is saying, I want every single SMB to be digitally native. Well, there aren't enough developers in the world to build them. You imagine within an enterprise, right? You've got marketing teams or comms teams. There's so much work that they can't do it anyway. And so what you're going to start to see is incremental improvements in productivity in very carefully constructed use cases. Not suddenly like your CMO is an AI, or your CFO is going to now, treasury is being run by it. For the foreseeable next year, 2 years, I don't see a world where the brain, the nervous system, and the muscle get connected. Because if we did, it would be super dangerous.
Note he said, in the next year or two. So it's not that far away still. From an investor perspective, Raj, how are you looking at AI, and where is the money going? I mean, when you take a look at the possible trend and possible developments.
Well, I think Sachin's point's exactly spot on. So it is, I think AI has been around for a long time. We've been investing in AI for over a decade. The first place we invest in is AI enablement. So maybe it's not AI building blocks, but we invest in biotech companies that are using AI to build predictive models to help solve and treat diseases that haven't been solved before. I think that's one huge area. I think second is data. There is so much data. I mean, really, it's the rise of big data that's given rise to AI. And so we're investing in data streaming, data labeling, structuring data. We think those are great places to invest. The third part, I'd say, is I don't think all is won yet in this space. ChatGPT is amazing. But to Sachin's point, the way that you deal with AI is very different. It's conversational. And there are two big companies in the conversational space, Tencent with WeChat and Meta with both Facebook Messenger and with WhatsApp. And so I think people believe that Microsoft maybe has already won it. I actually think what Meta's done with their large language model, Llama, and open sourcing it, it's 1/3 the weight and scale of ChatGPT. It's open source, so Bard and Anthropic and OpenAI are not open source. And people in the last 3 to 6 months have been developing on this platform. It's getting really good. And I actually think that, and we don't invest in public markets, so please don't take my investment advice and go buy a bunch of Meta and Tencent stock. But I actually think Meta is really well positioned. I'm partially biased. I have a co-founder who is still a major shareholder in the company. But I think that you're going to see, the landscape evolve quite quickly. And the only thing I'll add on Sachin's point is 1 or 2 years isn't a long time. I think everyone sitting in this room should be worried, because for the first time, AI is not coming after the service industry, it's coming after the white-collar workers. And that's where most of the disruption is going to be.
So I'm going to push back, because I don't think it's coming after people's jobs. I think it's going to create a balance between the already very extended demand and supply mismatch, where demand far trumps supply. I give you a really funny example. I was having dinner with someone last night, and he said, "Oh, there's so many coders. Should I send my kid for coding?" And I was like, you do realize engineering and coding are very different things. Engineering is taking a design system approach to solving a problem. Coding is learning a language. Which is why when you think about the world and you think about engineers and coders, it's a very different skill set. And so are we going to lose people that are taking a design system thinking of the world? No. We're going to lose someone having to spend 3 hours in Photoshop to design a picture because they can go to DALL-E or someone else. I think the second point also is, and I'm not an investor, but from just what I see in the landscape, it's really easy to bet on a horse too early in this race, which is why I'm trying to say it's the AOL period. How many people use AOL today? And so that's my point exactly. Each of these models and these approaches have novelty in their approach. And I'm biased, so full disclosure, Microsoft is one of our investors. But what I really like about the Microsoft OpenAI approach and what some of the others are doing is it's taking this idea of a foundational model which can do general reasoning. And again, general reasoning is like, it's not going to take a job. It can just predict the next word to somewhat of 80% accuracy. But it can augment some sort of graph, some sort of data structure, which is unique to your business, unique to a region. So from a sovereignty perspective, think education. And it can leverage both, right? But it's being done in a robust and ethical way because it is being managed. And the real issue with a lot of this development that's happening is when it happens in the wild, it is very hard to police and create policy around.
Before we carry on, just hang on to that thought. I was so excited, I forgot about our poll question. It has to do with you. Okay, if you're ready, how will advancements in AI impact your jobs? A, complement your role. B, replace your role. C, create a new role for you. And D, no impact at all. We'll come back to that in a couple minutes so that we can tabulate all your responses, okay? So please do take part in this audience poll. Go ahead, Hande.
If we are not going to ruin the flow of your panel, I would like to also have one more pushback to this idea of the balance. I think it's not about the balance, it's about the input. Think about a ChatGPT conversation, how you are going to make it smarter. It totally depends on, what type of input, how much input you put to that. Because if you put like a more precise, sometimes concise, but more information into the question, then the answer will be accordingly. So I would say that all the AI technologies, like the mentality of ChatGPT and how to make it like a smarter conversations, it's a combination of creativity of a writer, ability of the editor, which is ChatGPT, writer is us, and at the end, what we create through AI is a new form of human being. It's still human, but a new form of human being.
I think you wanted to add?
Yes, maybe just to add to the points. I agree that I don't think it's going to replace jobs immediately. And I think that there is a short-term impact and a long-term impact. And in the short term, I think, how do we adapt to it? How do we have the right skills with the right teams to be able to harness the power of AI? In the long term, it's how to ensure that we could skill and reskill. Because in the long term, it's going to have an impact in terms of new jobs that would be required in order to be able to harness the power of AI. And I think the impact of it, it's revolutionary in terms of, I do believe it has almost a similar impact of the internet to connectivity and sharing and creating communities, with the impact on productivity that we will have due to AI. We have also, in Qatar, we're trying to embed AI in some of our applications. And we have our National Vision 2030 that's leading us towards creating a knowledge-based economy. And from there, we have the artificial intelligence strategy that was done by the Ministry of Telecommunication and Information. And from there, they laid the foundation of what do we need to implement in terms of regulations and applications, and having the right talent and skills in order to build. From the area where I'm leading in terms of government development and government services, we're just launching our government services strategy. And over there, our mission is to create smart government services that are supported by AI to support beneficiaries throughout their life journey. And I think life journey is the right word to actually categorize how AI is going to support us. And I go back to the examples on the health sector. Qatar also, through its new platform for health exchange, data exchange, is going to utilize AI to prevent diseases and to have more of information provided to the patients in order for them to take better care of their health. Such applications are unlocking the potential of AI and utilization of AI. And I believe that in Qatar and also similar small advanced nations, this is the power of AI and how government should harness that power and build more on it to increase the output of it.
Sachin, how much is AI? How much is human? What's fact, what's not? What's hype, what's not?
Well, that's a profound question, right? And you know, with all the panelists that we have on stage here, I think you've just heard both the extremes, right? So on one hand, you have His Excellency and sort of this very pragmatic, specific use case implementation. I think Qatar's done an outstanding job. And then you have this perception that it's human-like. Well, I push back. I think it's so far from being human-like because it's missing the most important thing of being human. It's missing a value system. And so till the machine can show examples of being sentient and not just predicting the next word, I think
not
this is...
Not yet, though, right? I mean, at this point in time, you're saying it's missing.
Well, the technology hasn't been built for value systems, right? And we don't know, is that a graph problem? Is that an LLM problem? Like, you have a child. You tell the child, do not be bad. So the child knows, I'm not going to bite people. I'm not going to kick people. I'm not going to take my cricket bat and smack the person. They're all being bad. It's a value system. It's a silly example, but it's a value system. We haven't established that yet. Now, the contra side of it is you see many use cases of AI, computer vision, right? Collision avoidance. If we think about self-driving cars, there's a really interesting MIT problem. I think it's the moral machine. Do you run over the grandma or the bus with children? It's a value system problem. And guess what? Today, that value system problem is being programmed by a human. So to your question, in the cases that become where the brain and the nervous system and the muscle are connected, it's likely to be a human in the loop or a human really involved above the loop problem.
People are already talking about the need for regulation. If you say we are not where we think we want to be, then perhaps these are early days for regulation because you don't really know the role of regulation at this point in time. I'll come back to you in a bit. Raj.
You know, I think we are going to see regulation. I think that it was a bit of a mistake. All these people who signed the letter saying we should stop with AI development, no one's going to stop. But I think going back to His Excellency's point, the part that we as investors believe is most interesting is the disruption that it will cause in enterprise software. So you think about it, there is all this packaged enterprise software that governments and enterprises purchase, and then they spend tens of millions of dollars customizing it because it's not very good. And if there's enterprise software, packaged software companies in the cloud, here in the crowd, I apologize. We invest in this. We are big investors in enterprise software. It's our biggest area of investment. But what we see with generative AI is it can make anyone a programmer and a coder. I don't get to wear really cool sweaters anymore, and I have to wear a tie. But I used to be a coder and programmer. I know you guys can't tell. But I'm not very good anymore. But in the matter of one day, I was able to retrain myself on the OpenAI platform. And I actually coded a pretty simple piece of technology that we're now using at our firm to scrape data off LinkedIn and websites. And it took me 24 hours. And so the ability for governments, enterprises to build their own software, I think is really going to change the enterprise software landscape as investors, and there are many investors in the crowd. I think that's going to be an area for all of us to really focus on.
Let's get the results, if we can, from that poll so that we can start looking at whether or not you're going to keep your jobs. So the question is, how will advancements in AI impact your job?
There you go.
Complement my role. Very optimistic crowd. Create a new role for me. That's 16% replace my role. 5% no impact. Well, there'll be some impact for sure. So complement my role.
I think that's also pretty much, answer that I expect, because maybe I can continue with the car analogy, because while you are talking about like intangible things like AI and machine learning, it's always good to follow the analogies or examples. I'm going to give an example from US about car industry. In the early of 19th, there were over 2,000 car startups in the US alone. As of 2023, there are about 157 left. In 1980, the car industry was about 2.4 billion in today's money. Compared to 2.2 trillion today, a 1,000-fold increase. So, why it's actually collapsed like this? Because in the early days of the car industry, the focus was primarily on individual inventors and engineering who were experimenting various design and technologies. Over the time, AI came, ML came, and this is actually started the ability to produce cars efficiently by the support of AI and machine learning, which is a great, I think, inline answer of the complementing my job, because it complements the current processes, current human power, and this is what we should expect from these technologies. This is what I think.
Your Excellency, do you agree? Complement my role?
I do agree, and I think this is part, well, it's very difficult to predict the future.
Yeah.
I think we have an investor here who
we
would
all
know
have
better.
different crystal balls.
Yes, so, but I think in the short term, yes, it's going to complement, and it's going to help get more. And again, I go to the analogy of limited resources with AI means more potential and more impact. But I want also to touch upon the regulation part, because I think this is key to where we're going with, especially for governments, where we're going with AI. And I think at least we're following what the EU AI Act is going through. And that would have an impact, because I think it would be the first AI regulation that would be actually implemented. So everyone is watching and understanding how others also are going to deal with this new area. And I think that, at least for us in Qatar, we have a clear path forward. We know that this is a great potential for us. And we know that the regulations that we're building together is, involving the private sector, and we are always listening to the private sector and to the investors to understand what we can build together. B is more adaptive to this technology. And C, we are a practitioner by use, so we have use cases. And I think this is where the change through governments would happen. To have a very clear use case, to have partners who can actually build together the solutions for the use case, and then to test and try, to pilot, and to see what's the impact. Of course, data privacy is a priority, to ensure that we're always maintaining the privacy of the data, and working around or finding solutions for real problems by harnessing the power of AI is, I think, what every government is looking after.
I just want to quickly come to you. Sorry.
Yeah, I think on the regulation, it's a really important point, because you know, when you think about regulating AI, you're trying to regulate technology. But I'll give you two things. Every technology in history has had a good use case and a bad use case. Nuclear power, nuclear weapons, commercial flight, bombers, right? And I think in the case of AI, you have to go deconstruct where does the problem lie. So we talk about deep fakes. That's not an AI problem, because if you watch Top Gun, Val Kilmer's voice was generated by AI. I don't know about you, but I love the movie, so I think it was a great use of a deep fake. However, the Pope wearing a bomber jacket is a bad idea. And so this actually exposes underlying issues, which is there is a social media regulation problem. There is a cloud data sovereignty regulation problem. And I'd say the last one is, unfortunately, all of these LLMs and a lot of what we're sort of hearing about as the top layer of AI today is driven by volume of data. So if sovereign states aren't producing enough volume of data, they're not being heard. And I give you a really silly analogy, right? So you have algorithms being written, let's just say in San Francisco. Let's just say the data is being labeled somewhere in East Asia. And then you have someone asking, like, what is turmeric? The label was, if it was labeled by an Indian person, they say it's the spice you put in curry. If it was labeled by someone on the West Coast, it's a latte. If it was labeled by someone else, it's a herb for medicinal purposes. And so the thing is, you lose the nuance unless you have the right volume of data balanced out, which is why I think regulation is so important.
We have run out of time, and I think we are ending the session with more questions than answers, but at least we'll leave you with a lot of things to consider. Thank you very much. It's been an insightful conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Ola Dudin, co-founder and CEO of BitOasis, and Yatsu, co-founder and executive chairman, Animoca Brands, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde.
What a joy to be with you both. I have a feeling this time last year there might have been a few more blockchain and crypto conversations being had, but we've dialed back our enthusiasm to be more reality-based. And I just want to take a temperature check in the room for a moment. Please put up your hand if you own crypto, you understand crypto, don't need it being explained. Thank you very much indeed. Probably only about a third. So, Ola, I'm going to put it to you. Quick rewind, blockchain. What does it mean to you in this region on the underlying technology here right now?
Great. First of all, really excited to be at QAF today, sharing the panel with you, Caroline, and Yat as well. So a quick refresher. I think often there's confusion about what blockchain is. There's different namings. Some people call it cryptocurrency. Some people call it digital assets. I think most recently Web3 as well. And different people think about it in different ways. I think blockchain fundamentally, and the way we think about it as well at BitOasis and different people as well in the space, it's fundamentally a technology, and a technology that changes the way we exchange value online. And this value could be money in form of tokenized currencies. I mean, there's different iterations of that. It could be real assets that are tokenized. Could be real estate, could be art as NFTs. It could also be as well what we're seeing right now in terms of shares that are tokenized securities as well. So this value takes different forms, but the true innovation of blockchain that it allows individuals to transact this value online without relying on a central party. And with that is disrupting existing industries that rely on that. In the payments, let's say example is the banks, the payment companies, could be payment networks like Mastercard and Visa. But in other industries, it could also be creating new forms of business models where with individuals owning their assets and being able to transact without central parties, there's all sort of different ways they can monetize on that asset as well in the coming years as the innovation develops further in the space.
The problem was that everyone associated with speculation and assets rather than property rights, rather than securitized assets overall. Yet, ultimately, what are people missing now? Because you're a big advocate of really actually how much there is within the Web3 crypto economy still. Because many would say assets are plunged and volumes are down and it's illiquid. What do you say to that?
Well, I mean, first, it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. I think the first thing is this thing what we describe as the open metaverse, Web3. Economic activity last year was over $30 billion just in that particular space. Which is roughly the same GDP of Iceland and Cyprus, for instance, right? So just to give you a sort of context. The other thing is that within this space, these decentralized autonomous organizations, the ones that hold basically, I guess think of them as like, federal reserves of countries, that equivalent is about $12 billion. And the communities in those sort of Web3 spaces are drawing on those resources. They don't go into traditional VCs, they don't raise money in traditional ways. They can literally just get it from those sort of online economies, thereby also creating employment for millions of people, specifically in spaces that have been financially excluded, like in the Philippines, for instance. Because
with Axie Infinity?
As an example, Axie, but not just Axie, basically all other areas in this space in what we describe as the open metaverse, which is powered by blockchain and Web3. And so this $12 billion basically is where people are able to sort of draw funds from, build economic activity, create jobs. And now there's a mushrooming of economic activity resulting in effectively what we think of like almost a new nation state, but it exists entirely digitally, where there's jobs, there's job creation, there's employment, and of course, these non-fungible tokens, which is the way in which these digital assets are sort of represented, become the store of these sort of cultural artifacts. I think the challenge that people have is, when you talk about prices, for instance, is that they're not really thinking of it in terms of what it means economically to these places. There was speculation before, and there still is some speculation. That's because the financial markets came first, and that's because of the way crypto was born. Crypto was born really as a financial change agent in the early days. So it was starting from a Wall Street narrative, So just imagine if an economy is run 80% or 90% by people from Wall Street, what would it look like? It would look probably pretty speculative. It probably will have a lot of financial stuff before the rest of the population comes in and sort of introduces some of the more fundamental things like culture, value, traditions, which is what's happening now. So the shift is happening. Just one data point. Last year, in what was supposed to be this bear market, $24 billion of NFT sales took place. But the key thing is not the fact that it's 24 billion. The key is that 90% of that 24 billion went to creators and owners of these NFTs, which means the majority of the value went to players in the ecosystem.
Players who often, though, were having to borrow money to be able to afford the right to play. And then that was some of the criticism, was that some of these players, particularly in the Philippines, actually couldn't afford first entry in these pay-to-play models.
But that's not correct. Because these guilds, the birth of Axie Infinity was a guild. The guild actually bought the assets. They lent it to the people in the Philippines. They then generated income from that. And then from that experience, basically it's almost like they became Uber drivers first. Then they made some money. And then with that money, they decided, some cases, to buy their first virtual car, or in this case, an Axie, for instance, right? So the value, but the problem is that a lot of people don't understand that when they're not in it. And it's so very easy to sort of criticize it from afar. But actually, millions of people became financially included in a manner that wasn't possible before.
It is and has been very easy to judge and have negative headlines thrown at crypto, particularly by those who are sort of half-versed, and some that are full-versed but just have a different perspective entirely. If Rabini was sat here right now, we'd probably be having a slightly more rambunctious conversation. But I'm interested, Ola, from your perspective, what's the real value to the people that you serve? Because remittance must, for me, when people say, well, crypto has served no real value apart from value destruction for speculators, you say, no, people can send money home, and they can do it with less friction than which they currently experience.
I'm glad you asked this question. First of all, we like bear markets because we can focus on building real products. We can focus on getting licenses. We can focus on working with the regulators and build real infrastructure and substance. So on the speculation part, and I think also your question in terms of the real use cases, ultimately there are various commodities out there that get speculated on. It doesn't mean that they don't have utility. And cryptocurrency, crypto assets, digital assets, and the different sort of applications of that is similar to that, right? So when we look at blockchain and the tokenization movement overall, I would say that be it money, be it real assets, or digital assets, what we find is that fundamentally, when it changes transaction, what it means that users or holders of those tokens can transact in a seamless, transparent, and also cheaper way. In the form of money, that would mean instant cross-border payments on the public blockchain. So that's where you have sort of the scale and the global sort of cross-border example. It means unlocking a lot more value when it comes to remittances, cheaper way of sending money back home, and democratizing access.
How much cheaper is it, for example?
So take the example if you want to use a stablecoin. So you can sign up on a platform such as BitOasis. So today we're the largest in the GCC, so we're the market leader when it comes to secure, easy, and regulated way for buying, selling, and holding crypto assets. So you can essentially use open up your wallet, verify your account, fund it, buy USDC, and send it to a wallet holder on another platform, be it Philippines or India, so where there are other platforms that are present. And that would be instant, and it would be fractions of what the cost would be in other remittance, or even banks as well, where you are also exposed to FX rates and other hidden costs as well. So that's one application. I think the interesting, and I would say the biggest use case that we find specifically here in the Gulf, that also governments are interested in, is overall tokenization, and what tokenization can actually bring to existing industries and new industries as well. So platforms like us in BitOasis, obviously, we provide an easy way for people to buy and sell crypto assets that could also be hard assets that are tokenized into liquid form. We already built that infrastructure, be it on the trading side, be it on the custody side, to cater for blockchain-based tokens. A big movement that we're seeing right now, and that's across the whole Gulf. I'm based in Dubai. In the UAE, we're seeing big interest in that, be it Dubai, Abu Dhabi. In Saudi, we started seeing more focus on tokenized securities. and they're looking into crypto as well. I think to some extent in Qatar, we're seeing that interest where you can obviously not only focus on the money aspects of things. Remittances is a very big industry, obviously in the GCC, and there's a big focus on that. But what other assets can we also tokenize so we can provide more liquidity to those assets? We can provide more transparency and more participation from an investment standpoint as well. With that, unlocking $1 trillion of value, obviously, on a global scale, obviously not just on the GCC scale, where there are new industries that would be opened up. A recent statistic from BCG says that in the next 10 years, through tokenization and tokenization of assets today that are illiquid, that potentially can be liquid.
Real estate, for example.
Exactly. It's like close to $16 trillion in terms of new value that would be unlocked by providing more liquidity and transparency through tokenization for those assets. And that's a big movement that I know for a fact also in the GCC. A lot of governments are looking and trying to find the right frameworks to enable that in a regulated way. But also platforms like us that get regulated. We've already built that infrastructure from a liquidity standpoint, from a regulatory standpoint, and also the means for people to buy, sell, store, token assets that will become the platforms where we'll support that movement as well.
It's interesting, you're both sort of infrastructure players to a way, because many would say what you've been building is an investor for more than 400 companies that you've invested in within the portfolio, but actually you're helping companies understand how to mint, how to actually do the NFT in and of itself.
Right.
You're operations driven as well. But Ola brings up a really good point, and it's regulation. Interestingly, neither of you particularly based in the US, and I'm interested as to whether you're seeing the US losing perhaps some of its ability to grow crypto businesses, keep its crypto-focused businesses, because there is no regulatory environment that's clear yet. Instead, it seems to be, Moni would say, that it's sort of regulation by enforcement. What are you seeing?
I mean, first, certainly the UAE and this region has been very sort of positive, but look at Hong Kong, for instance. Hong Kong has completely sort of progressed in terms of becoming crypto forward, right? They have crypto ETFs. They're about to launch sort of a way in which retail can trade in crypto, for instance. Licenses have been passed out. And of course, we can also make the assumption that Hong Kong isn't going to do anything without the permission of someone else. So this is obviously a broader strategy. But in Asia, for instance, Japan, for instance, has made Web3 and the metaverse part of its national agenda. Prime Minister Kishida-san has actually put it as part of his roadmap. They've actually launched an NFT white paper. They have a DAO study group, for instance. So you can see this all changing. Even Europe with MICA is now actually putting forward token rules. When has Brussels been forward on any kind of innovation in the past?
They're quite, on regulation, they're quite forward.
Well, they are forward, but in comparison to what's happening in the US, this might be one of the very few technological areas where the US is willingly giving up their prior lead. And this is also one of the reasons why I think particularly the countries that we're speaking to are excited about this. Because the other narrative is around what's happening in the past internet in Web 2 is a form of digital colonialism, meaning that everyone in these countries are using Facebook, or using Amazon, are dependent on LinkedIn. They're basically dependent on US technologies. So Web3 actually provides a paradigm in which they no longer are dependent on US technologies. It's a new paradigm, it's new technology, it's decentralized, it's something away from the traditional power structures. This, by the way, doesn't just translate into applications like social networks or gaming, for instance. It also applies to the role of the US dollar, currencies, the power of that being sort of...
So you're trying to tell me that the company called Meta isn't going to own the metaverse?
Oh, they haven't owned it ever, frankly speaking. And I think one of the reasons why Meta struggles, and I think why the narrative on the metaverse has been so negative, is because many people do and have associated Meta with the metaverse, because they changed their name, and it was a brilliant PR campaign, but it has nothing to do with the open metaverse as we see it today. Because you can't make money in something that Facebook has built, for instance. And even though they're being active in it, the economic activity that's taking place in Web3 is real, and it's sizable, and will grow into this multi-trillion-dollar space. And I just want to
cultural.
And it's cultural. And I just want to touch a little bit on sort of what was mentioned here, because when you open up everything in a public data infrastructure, which is what blockchain is, then what happens is that intermediaries can go and trade and create value from the data as a commodity. We did this in Web 1 with information. The fact that I knew what the price of some commodity was in China was the reason I could charge someone in America for the right price. Until then, information was at arbitrage. Now, with data being open, I can now measure the value of that data. It may start with remittances, but eventually what happens, people come in and enter the space and say, hey, I can do this cheaper, I can do this better, I can find different services. And speaking of cultural context, when, for instance, someone issues these NFTs, it may have an initial utility only, which might be decorative or might be used in a game. But because it's now an asset, because content becomes an asset in Web3, someone can come in and provide a lending platform, or someone can basically create third-party sort of services for it, creating additional network effects that have cultural context. I also think of Web3 and sort of blockchain as very much this next generation's cultural movement. It is their sort of way to speak in this world. I don't think of blockchain purely as a technology. I think of it as a socio-political sort of evolution of the digital world.
It's interesting what you brought up about the US is willing to let its talent and lead talent leave. Some of them are talking about coming to Dubai or the Middle East and putting their international hubs here, or indeed you're already seeing CEO of Binance living in Dubai. Do you like the competition coming your direction, Ola?
Ooh, so, I mean, competition is always good. The market is growing. The pie is growing with that. Naturally, that attracts better regulation as well. Regulators start taking the industry very seriously. It starts attracting other players internationally into our market. So competition is always welcome because I think it really raises the bar on everything. For us at Baroasis, obviously, we're regulated in the UAE, we're headquartered in the UAE, but we focus on the wider Middle East region. It's been...
You've also got the first license, right?
Yes, we were the first platform to get the operational licenses under VARA in Dubai. We've got also our in-principle approvals in Bahrain under CBB. And we're working with regulators closely across the Gulf and the region to be also first regulated platform in Saudi and other larger markets across the region. So overall, I think what we're seeing is that there's a lot of momentum on regulating this industry in the Middle East. In fact, I think there's a lot of momentum regulating everywhere outside of probably the US. I think to some extent, Middle East and Asia are sort of like really leaping ahead when it comes to regulation. Mostly, obviously, Hong Kong. I would say Dubai also sort of taking the lead on putting really innovation-friendly regulation also that is industry standard, without sort of compromising on the quality of regulation and compliance overall. So with that, obviously, there are different players coming in. I think for us, we're focused on providing safe, regulated, and localized access for crypto assets and in the future, other tokenized assets on our platform. We're focused on specific use cases that we find are native to our region. So remittances and payments is one of them. We were the first platform in the region that had a partnership with Mastercard to enable crypto-backed debit cards. Later on, there are other use cases that we'll be working with Mastercard specifically on payments and financial services. And a trend that we're seeing across the region, outside of the Gulf, I would say, that would be interesting for regulators to also look at. We've been in talks with different regulators, specifically Egypt, I would say, and Morocco, is access to tokenized dollars, and that's stable coins in countries where there's high inflation rate, but there is an easy access to those. And I think that's a challenge that regulators across the region will have to seriously look at. And I think that's where the tension between innovation and regulation ultimately lies. So we're yet to see, obviously, how that develops. We're a partner to regulators here in the region. I mean, we believe that this industry is not going to grow without having the right regulatory and multi-stakeholder approach. And we're the main platform that does that. And I believe this is how we would win the trust of our customers, the trust of our regulators, and the trust of all the partners that we work with in the region. So competition is always welcome, but we're obviously always determined to be the main leader in the region.
Can I just quickly touch on the US regulation? I know we're short on time.
Within 30 seconds.
Quickly, I think the narrative, anti-crypto narrative, is a purely democratic one. That's the other thing. So there's political party lines right now. So I don't think that the anti-crypto narrative in the US is specifically a US as a country one, but it's going through political lines. And so that's why a lot of people in the industry are saying, wait for 18 to 24 months and see what happens. And you can never count out the US. The US may be falling behind on some stuff, but if they do come in, then there'll be a force to reckon. And I think that will happen in about 18 to 24 months.
Very succinctly put. We talked trust. We didn't mention FTX once. I thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank
Ola,
you.
what a great conversation. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Divya Golkunath, co-founder and teacher at Byju's, and Baiju Ravindran, CEO and founder of Byju's, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Malika Kapoor.
Baiju, Divya, welcome. Good to have you with us at the forum. So we're here to talk about EdTech and the future of education. Many people would say, look, the days of online learning, the EdTech boom are behind us because kids, thankfully, are back in school. So Divya, let me begin by asking you then, what is the future of Byju's, and is the future of Byju's in a physical classroom instead of the online space?
Okay, first maybe I want to say, what did online learning do for us, especially during the pandemic? And we think about it, if 100 years ago, a pandemic like this had happened, everything would have stopped, including learning. What online learning did is that it ensured that the 1.2 billion kids who were outside school or out of school because of school closures were able to continue learning. The biggest challenge for EdTech prior to the pandemic was awareness of how can online education be a part of mainstream education. Can it benefit it? Can it supplement it? And during the pandemic, it enabled students, all stakeholders in the ecosystem, and everybody literally moved online overnight. They say that there are decades when nothing happens and weeks when decades happen. And this context is important to understand what online learning did for education, especially during the pandemic. It played a pivotal role and helped all of us understand that if not the only way to learn, it is one of the mainstream ways to learn. So the future of education, and coming to your question, I would say is not entirely online, it's not entirely offline. The answer is that it's best in the blended or the hybrid format of learning. And what we've also come to understand, because we, over the last 17, 18 years of our existence, have also pivoted the way in which we deliver learning to students across the world. Today, we have 150 million students who learn across our various platforms and services, all the way from online learning. We started completely offline. We pivoted to completely online. And today, including online learning, we have our programs in hybrid learning formats. So we've come to understand that it's the student who needs to have the choice of how they learn, where they learn, how fast, how much they want to learn. So online learning is a part of mainstream learning. It's not the only component, but there are some aspects of learning which are best consumed online, some offline. And you spoke about, what about EdTech post-pandemic? I'll just put it in terms of numbers. Global EdTech market is growing at 16.5%. The Indian EdTech market is growing at 40%.
Wow, what a difference. Yeah.
So if this is something which is growing exponentially, maybe relative to what happened during the pandemic, it's stabilizing, but it is growing, and that's what's very important. So if anything, online learning, EdTech, I'll say transformative ways of learning is here to stay. And one sentence more on large language models and artificial intelligence. I read a Bloomberg report which said that finally tech has positively disrupted education. For the first time, we see how tech is enabling education. And the best example is large language models, and maybe we can go a little deeper in the later questions.
Baiju, not many people know that you've actually been around for 18 years because you really, of course, I mean, all EdTech companies experienced a massive boom during the pandemic. Tell us about what your original mission was and what exactly a student can avail from Byju's.
We have always focused on how do we make sure that everything has changed in the last 10, 15 years, how we consume content, how we consume entertainment, it's changed. But we have not made it easy for students. Our classrooms have not changed for 100 years, 100 plus years, right? For the first time, we have an opportunity to make it easy for students. How do we make learning engaging as well as effective? I normally say in one sentence, how do we put the right amount of chocolate coating before we take them through the broccoli? That's where the focus has been on creating movie-like videos, game-like interactions, which gets their attention before we actually create positive outcomes. Now, the best way to do that is like the technology allows us to personalize the way students learn. As she was mentioning, pace of learning, size of learning, style of learning. there's a lot of scope for improvement. These are very early days in terms of what technology can do, both inside classrooms and at home.
Yeah.
So today, on a monthly basis, we have 150 million plus active students on our platforms, making us, now I can say, the largest education platform, but that's just relative success. There's a long way to go in terms of what we can do and what technology can do.
So we're very happy you're talking to us here in Doha, but I also think maybe we're not the only reason you're here in Doha. A lot of your investors are here, and you're fundraising. How's that going?
QIA is an investor and one of the key investors, but here I'm here just for this session. The fund, now, there is obviously, it's a very challenging macro environment in terms of fundraising for any company.
Yeah.
We just closed one round, and something big is just about to happen. So
what's about to happen?
I can't disclose.
A little bit, hint? No.
The key is, it's people like focus too much on the valuation and the numbers, but the real thing is about, this is such a grossly underinvested, neglected sector. Like how many large education companies you can even think of, right? It's, every country needs a platform like Byju's. Like we have made a good start in India. In India itself, we are at, there's a long way to go before I'll say we are making a big impact. But every country needs a platform like ours. So this requires, because at the end of the day, for countries like ours with large young population, it's very important that we are enabling them to learn, right? The best of the platforms like won't do spoon feeding. It'll make sure that students are enabled and they learn how to learn. That most important life skill of learning how to learn. Because otherwise, in this day and age, if you are not willing to, like 21st century illiterates are not the ones who can't like read and write. They are the ones who can't learn, unlearn, and relearn. So it's very important that we make it easy for today's students. They have a lot of access. It's easy to make sure that everyone talks about the digital divide, but the only way you can solve the challenges in our system, right? This is one of those last sectors which technology will disrupt, and it's just about starting.
So here's a question I wanted to ask you. As an Indian startup, you brought in the largest amount of overseas capital into the Indian startup system. Over the last few months, there has been scrutiny on y'all by the Enforcement Directorate of India under the FEMA, the Foreign Exchange Management Act. Are you at all worried about what message this is sending to investors who are looking to invest in the Indian startup system?
We just closed a round. So, India is one country which, and I quote the Bloomberg recession report itself, the recession probability report, a chance of 0% recession this year. So investors are betting big on education, on India, on Byju's. And like you said, we've been here for the last 18 years. And the fundamentals, the core, is extremely strong. The numbers we track are all about efficacy, outcomes, engagement. And all those numbers have helped us build products at scale with the right kind of quality. And if you ask me, the world has all its eyes on India, and for the right reasons. Because where we are going to be, say, India at 2047, India at 100, we're going to have 20% of the global workforce. We're going to have 21% of the world's middle class. And India with its diversity, we're going to be the world's youngest up to 2070. So all of these reasons are why overseas investors are betting big on India. And we've realized that the best thing we did was build in India. Because when you build in India, you build for 1/6 of humanity. You understand how to build.
But the students are not just from India, right?
75% are from India, 25%.
And where the rest? 75% from India. And where do the rest typically log on from?
US is the second biggest market, and Middle East is the third biggest market. So in terms of, like, I will just finish by telling that people have always been bullish on Indians.
Yeah.
I think for the first time, they are also bullish on India.
Interesting. Let's talk about AI and tools like ChatGPT, for example. Now, let's take the case of the EdTech company Chegg in the US. Now, its stock fell more than 40% because its CEO admitted that customer growth had been affected because students were turning to ChatGPT for homework help and not them. Are you at all concerned about how AI might eat into traditionally what is your space?
Not at all.
Why not?
And I'll speak as a teacher first. So both of us started as teachers.
Yes.
Technology has made me an even better teacher, right from the first time that we used it. And for me, the simple analogy is that as a blackboard initially was a canvas on which I could paint infinite possibilities, AI also is that kind of canvas where we can have limitless possibilities on how we can impart better education to students. Just to give you an example of what tech has done, over the last 2 years, we've been able to create 25,000 teaching jobs for women, teaching from their homes to the rest of the world. It would have been impossible without technology. And look at what it can do in terms of enhancing the quality. So, but I also say this with caution that what you say of technology, the opposite is also true. As long as you control it and it doesn't control you, it's fine. So it's safe in the hands of well-meaning teachers. It's safe in the hands of companies who want to create an impact on better learning outcomes for their students. And it's true for any kind of technology. So we have, in fact, over the last, we've always invested in innovation and growth, and tech has been a strong enabler for us right from the time that we first started using it to scale, because we wanted to go from thousands to millions. Technology has enabled us to do that with quality, right? So even over the last 1 year, when large language models have been in great use, we experimented with it, and we have bettered our products, including our learning app, to be able to guide students in a hyper-personalized manner. Today, it's able to remove mundane tasks and help us focus on working creatively and strategically. We've been able to, supposing you and I are going through the same chapter, just to put it in very simple words, I'm a teacher, you're able to follow a path which suits you the best, and I'm able to follow mine. And
so it's individualized. It allows you to be individualized.
Even more than ever before. So it's just making all our products more and more stronger.
But
and there is no scope for complacency here. We'll be worried about new technology disruptions only if you are taking a 3, 4, 5-year view. We are building this to last decades. We have disrupted our model multiple times. Every 5 year we were 100% offline in 2015. In a month, we moved 100% online. During COVID, we moved hybrid. So if we are not becoming complacent, if we are willing to disrupt ourselves, all these are not challenges, but opportunities.
But the very basis of EdTech, of online learning, of being able to use technology, the fundamental fact is you need Wi-Fi and you need technology. You need access to devices. Your main market is India. There are still large pockets of the country that don't have access to Wi-Fi, and many, many kids who don't have access to digital devices. Is it your responsibility, and what are you doing to bridge the digital divide?
A lot of people speak about the digital divide, but I'm a strong believer that the barriers of the physical world can be shattered by the power of technology if used the right way. So just to give you context, while both of us are very happy about what and proud of what we built at Byju's, we are even proud of what we've been able to build at Byju's Education for All, which is our social initiative, which is touching children in the deepest, most underserved parts of the country. So we have 5.5 million children who are learning from us from the deepest parts of the country for absolutely free. We have launched the product in multiple regional languages. This is the same content that the students, the other students, the paid students have access to. And we're able to do this because we hit the trilemma of cost, quality, and scale with one arrow. We were able to scale this at literally zero cost because the product was already created, and we were able to use technology to make it reach, identifying the right kids with the help of multiple NGOs and state governments. And we've seen amazing numbers. Half of the beneficiaries are girls. And you spoke about internet. The product runs at very low bandwidths. There are options to run it without the internet with just periodical syncing. So we've thought of all of that because there is no point in building something if it cannot be used. We have 300 million school-going kids in India. We have to create something where at least 75%, 80% of them can use and have access to. This is not just helping kids stay back in school, it's also enabling children to come back to school. Because the pandemic, as we know, it unfortunately led to a lot of, especially girls, falling out of school. So this is helping in so many different ways.
Divya, what does the classroom of the future look like? Let's think of 2050. What is a classroom going to look like?
We have 1.5 billion school-going children across the world. When we can have our choice of color, when we can have our choice of backpacks and pencils, why don't we have a choice of the way in which we need to learn? So the classroom of the future is one where every child can sit in the driver's seat of their learning journey, where they can learn as per their style, their speed, and their scale of learning.
Where teachers will play the, a good teacher will always play the role of enabling students to learn. And then why I'm focusing on that word is that we have created a product which is all based on self-learning in a country obsessed with spoon feeding, where it's unfortunately learning driven by fear of exams and not love for learning. So the ideal classroom of tomorrow will have teachers who will play the role of a mentor or a monitor and someone who will motivate. And students will figure out their own ways of learning the subjects which they want to learn, will pursue that because access and there will be enough and more content for them. Because today also the gap between how our curriculums have been changing and adapting to the changing requirements in the world, right? The jobs of tomorrow, a student who's entering school today, the jobs of tomorrow, they're not even defined. So how do you actually, the curriculums cannot cope up, and that with ChatGPT and the gap is widening, right? So it's very important that we make sure that students are becoming self-learners, because we all learn. Today we all learn because we want to learn, right? How do you bring that childlike curiosity back in students? This is the most important thing.
You have to answer me this question in one sentence because we're out of time. You are the son of teachers. You're a teacher yourself. You have taught in a stadium packed with 25,000 kids listening to you teach. What makes a great teacher?
I think I already answered that question. A great teacher won't teach. They'll actually show students on, rather than focusing on what to learn, they'll focus on how to learn. And making sure that you kind of show them the way rather than giving them the final answer.
So don't spoon feed them.
ChatGPT can disrupt students who wants to teach, can disrupt teachers who wants to cheat. But it can never replace teachers who are enabling students to learn. So a good teacher will, 50% is all about motivating them and making sure that they're becoming positive. The other 50% is about how do you kind of bring that childlike curiosity back in students. Because all of us are, when we learn something new, we get excited, right? Somewhere along the line, we lose that childlike curiosity.
Yes, indeed. Good note to leave it on about the curiosity. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go out that way.
Please join us now in Qatar Hall for a special performance from the Qatar Music Academy.
Because you stayed till the very end, we have a special treat. Please join me in welcoming the Qatar Music Academy. rousing and fitting end to the day. And of course, we've come to the end of today's session. It's been such an informative day of wide-ranging discussions, debates. We'd like to thank our official partners, Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Media City Qatar, our presenting sponsors, Qatar Investment Authority, QNB, QRDI Council, and our participating sponsor, QInvest, of course, as usual. We invite you to breakout briefings, future-proofing the workforce for Industry 4.0. That's happening in breakout room 1. And don't forget tomorrow's breakout briefing, GCC Entrepreneurs, Middle Eastern Unicorns. That will begin at 8:30 in the morning at Fairmont breakout room 2. Thanks again for joining us.
Nice.
All
Only
right.
half a day to go.
2 more panels tomorrow. Bye. See you tomorrow. Hey. Hey. There.